Welcome to History Sleepers, where we journey through time to explore fascinating tales from the past. Like this video and subscribe to our channel if you enjoy drifting off to historical mysteries. Where are you watching from, and what time is it where you are? Tonight we'll be exploring 10 enigmatic medieval mysteries, each shrouded in uncertainty and intrigue. So settle in, relax your mind, and let these ancient puzzles carry you into peaceful slumber. The disappearance of the princes in the tower. Royal pawns in a power game. In the late 15th century, as the Wars of the Roses cast their long and bloody shadow over England, a quiet tragedy unfolded within the thick stone walls of the Tower of London. Two young boys, princes by birth and heirs to a kingdom, would become central figures in one of history's most enduring mysteries. We speak of Edward, the 12-year-old king, and his 9-year-old brother, Richard, Duke of York, the princes whose fate would remain a haunting question through the centuries. The story begins not with their disappearance, but with their father, King Edward IV, a towering figure in both physical presence and political power. Edward of York had seized the English throne in 1461, wresting control from the Lancastrian king Henry VI during the tumultuous Wars of the Roses. A charismatic and capable ruler, Edward stabilized England under Yorkist rule, though the kingdom remained fragile, scarred by decades of noble factions warring for power. Edward IV ruled with strength, building alliances through strategic marriages for his siblings, while securing his own position through a controversial match. Against the advice of his counselors and the powerful Earl of Warwick, Edward had married Elizabeth Woodville, a beautiful widow of relatively humble birth. The Woodvilles, previously of little consequence in the grand scheme of English politics, suddenly found themselves elevated to positions of influence at court, creating resentment among the established nobility. The king and his queen had a large family, 10 children in all, including the young princes who would later become the central figures in our mystery. Edward, the eldest son and heir to the throne, was born in 1470 in the sanctuary of Westminster Abbey, while his father was temporarily deposed. Richard, Duke of York, followed in 1473. The boys grew up in relative security during their father's second reign, protected by royal privilege and seemingly destined for lives of power and influence. The princes received an education befitting their station, with the elder Edward being groomed for kingship from an early age. Edward IV took special care with his heir's upbringing, establishing a household for him at Ludlow Castle on the Welsh border, where the young prince could learn the arts of governance under careful supervision. The younger brother, Richard, remained closer to the royal court, growing up alongside his sisters under the watchful eye of their mother, Queen Elizabeth. Like many medieval royal children, their lives were structured around their future roles. The elder Edward was invested as Prince of Wales, the traditional title for the heir to the English throne. Young Richard was married at the age of 4 to Anne Mowbray, a child heiress, in a political arrangement typical of the age. Though merely children, they were important pieces on the complex chessboard of royal politics, their value lying in their bloodline and the alliances they represented. Life at the royal court exposed the princes to the intricate dance of medieval politics from an early age. They would have observed the careful balance of power between the king, his ambitious brother Richard, Duke of Gloucester, and the influential Woodville family of their mother. These factions maintained an uneasy peace during Edward IV's reign, but beneath the surface, tensions simmered, ready to boil over when the strong hand of the king no longer held them in check. The princes likely spent their days divided between education, religious observance, and the elaborate ceremonies of court life. They would have learned Latin, studied scripture and classical texts, and received training in the chivalric arts appropriate for young noblemen. Their world was one of privilege, but also obligation, a gilded cage that prepared them for the responsibilities they were expected to shoulder in adulthood. Yet, the secure world of their childhood was about to crumble. In the spring of 1483, King Edward IV fell suddenly ill. What began as a seemingly minor ailment rapidly deteriorated, and the king's robust health failed him with unexpected swiftness. Edward IV died on April 9, 1483, at the age of 40, leaving his 12-year-old son to inherit a kingdom still divided by factional rivalries and old wounds from the Wars of the Roses. With the king's death, the political landscape of England shifted dramatically. The young Edward V was now king in name, but a child monarch required a protector to govern in his stead until he reached maturity. King Edward IV had named his brother Richard, Duke of Gloucester, as Lord Protector in his will. Richard had been a loyal supporter of his brother throughout his reign, serving as his military commander in the north of England and maintaining the border with Scotland. News of the king's death reached the young Edward V at Ludlow Castle. Arrangements were quickly made to bring the boy king to London for his coronation. He set out with an escort led by his maternal uncle, Anthony Woodville, Earl Rivers, and his half-brother, Sir Richard Grey. The party traveled slowly eastward, unaware that events in London were already spinning beyond their control. The Queen and her Woodville relations moved quickly to secure their position in the new reign. As mother of the new king, Elizabeth Woodville naturally expected to wield significant influence. The Woodville family had accumulated power and wealth during Edward IV's reign, creating resentment among the old nobility. Now, with a child on the throne, they sought to consolidate their control, potentially sidelining the appointed Lord Protector, Richard of Gloucester. Richard of Gloucester, meanwhile, had his own concerns. As the late king's brother and designated protector, he believed he had both the right and responsibility to guide his nephew's reign. The prospect of being marginalized by the Woodvilles alarmed him. Richard was a man who had spent his life in loyal service to his brother, governing the troublesome northern regions of England with capability and firmness. He was not prepared to be pushed aside. As Edward V and his escort approached London, Richard of Gloucester intercepted them at Stony Stratford. In a swift and decisive move, he arrested the king's Woodville companions, Earl Rivers and Sir Richard Grey, accusing them of plotting against him as Lord Protector. The young king suddenly found himself separated from his familiar guardians and placed under the protection of his uncle Gloucester. It was the first decisive move in what would become a rapid chain of events leading to tragedy. The Queen, hearing of the arrests, immediately recognized the threat to her family's position. In a desperate move, she gathered her remaining son, the 9-year-old Richard, Duke of York, and her daughters, and fled into sanctuary at Westminster Abbey. This medieval custom allowed those in fear for their lives to claim the protection of the church, where even the king's men could not seize them without violating sacred law. Richard of Gloucester escorted the young king to London, presenting himself as the loyal protector of his nephew's interests. To the public, he showed all due deference to Edward V, but behind the scenes, he worked to secure his position. The Woodville supporters were systematically removed from positions of influence, accused of plotting against the legitimate Lord Protector. The coronation, originally planned for May 4th, was postponed as Richard consolidated his control. In London, a complex political dance ensued. Richard needed to maintain the appearance of legitimacy while neutralizing threats to his authority. He arranged for accommodations for the young king in the royal apartments of the Tower of London. The Tower, contrary to its later sinister reputation, was at this time both a fortress and a royal residence, a normal place for a monarch to stay before coronation. Edward V took up residence there, awaiting his official crowning, which was rescheduled for June 22nd. Meanwhile, Richard faced the problem of the younger prince still in sanctuary with his mother. As long as the Duke of York remained beyond his reach, he could potentially become a rallying point for opposition. Through a combination of persuasion and subtle threats, Richard convinced the Queen to release her younger son from sanctuary. The official reason given was that the young Duke should attend his brother's coronation, and that it was unseemly for a prince of the blood to hide like a fugitive. And so, in June 1483, the 9-year-old Richard, Duke of York, joined his brother in the Tower. The two princes were now together again, residing in the royal apartments under their uncle's protection. Visitors reported seeing the boys playing in the Tower grounds during those early summer days. To all outward appearances, they were being treated with respect due to their royal status, though their movements were increasingly restricted. As the rescheduled coronation date approached, Richard of Gloucester made his most audacious move. During a council meeting at the Tower on June 13th, he suddenly accused Lord Hastings, a loyal friend of the late king, of treason and conspiracy. Hastings was immediately executed without trial. On the same day, the prince's Woodville uncle, Earl Rivers, and half-brother Richard Grey, previously arrested at Stony Stratford, were executed at Pontefract Castle in Yorkshire. With these potential opponents eliminated, Richard then took an even more dramatic step. He began to circulate claims that his brother's marriage to Elizabeth Woodville had been invalid due to a prior contract of marriage between Edward IV and another woman. If true, this would make the princes illegitimate and therefore ineligible to inherit the throne. The claim was supported by testimony from Bishop Robert Stillington, who asserted he had witnessed the previous marriage contract. Vanished without a trace. In the summer of 1483, the young princes, Edward V and his brother Richard of York, were last seen playing in the gardens of the Tower of London. The boys, aged 12 and 9, had been frequent sights along the Tower walls and courtyards, their laughter echoing against stone as they engaged in the games and diversions typical of noble children of their age. But as the warm days of summer turned to autumn, these sightings became less frequent until they stopped altogether. Like morning mist on the Thames, the princes seemed to have vanished into thin air. Their disappearance was not immediately remarked upon with alarm. The Tower, despite later earning its reputation as a place of imprisonment and execution, was then a royal residence as much as a fortress. It was not unusual for royal children to be kept away from public view during times of political uncertainty. But as weeks stretched into months with no word or sighting of the princes, whispers began to circulate. These whispers would soon grow into persistent rumors, then accusations, and finally, one of history's most enduring mysteries, the transformation of their Uncle Richard from Lord Protector to King Richard III had been swift and decisive. The boy's father, Edward IV, had died unexpectedly in April 1483, leaving his eldest son as the heir apparent. Young Edward had been escorted to London for his coronation, with his brother Richard following shortly after. Their journey toward kingship had been diverted when Lord Protector Richard declared their father's marriage invalid, making them illegitimate and therefore ineligible for the throne. By late June, Richard had claimed the crown for himself. The princess's mother, Elizabeth Woodville, had sought sanctuary at Westminster Abbey when her sons were taken to the Tower. She remained there, increasingly isolated as Richard's power grew. It is worth noting that the Queen Dowager eventually left sanctuary and reconciled with Richard, sending her daughters to attend court festivities. This action has puzzled historians. Would a mother make peace with the man she believed had murdered her sons? Or did she perhaps know something about their fate that history has not preserved? By autumn 1483, foreign diplomats were reporting rumors that the princes were dead. The Croyland Chronicle, a valuable contemporary source, made oblique reference to the destruction of those who were in the Tower. Yet there was no announcement of their deaths, no state funerals, no bodies presented to quell rumors. Their fate remained officially unacknowledged, creating a vacuum that speculation quickly filled. Richard III made no public statements about the boys, neither confirming their continued existence nor announcing their demise. In the absence of facts, accusations flourished. Richard III, as the most obvious beneficiary of their disappearance, bore the brunt of suspicion. His ascension to the throne had depended on their delegitimization, but even as illegitimate children, they remained potential rallying points for opposition. Their continued existence represented a threat that a pragmatic ruler might find necessary to eliminate. The logic of power in medieval England was often brutal and direct. Threats were not managed, but removed. Yet the case against Richard is not without its complexities. He was an experienced political operator who had navigated the treacherous waters of the Wars of the Roses. Would such a man commit a crime that would immediately be attributed to him? If he had ordered their deaths, why not announce they had died of natural causes? A plausible occurrence in an age when child mortality was high. The absence of any official acknowledgement of their fate seems curious if Richard had indeed ordered their elimination. Alternative theories soon emerged. Henry Stafford, Duke of Buckingham, once Richard's staunch ally, had mysteriously broken with the king in October 1483 and led a failed rebellion. Some historians suggest Buckingham may have eliminated the princes without Richard's knowledge, perhaps hoping to clear his own path to the throne. Buckingham was descended from Thomas of Woodstock, youngest son of Edward III, giving him a distant claim to royal blood. His rebellion against Richard came suspiciously soon after the prince's disappearance. The waters were further muddied by the emergence of Henry Tudor, who defeated Richard III at Bosworth Field in 1485. As Henry VII, the first Tudor monarch, had strong motivations to blacken Richard's name and solidify his own tenuous claim to the throne. The Tudor propaganda machine, most notably through Thomas More's unfinished History of King Richard III, firmly established the narrative of Richard as the prince's murderer. Yet Henry himself never produced the bodies of the princes, nor did he press formal charges against anyone for their murder. Henry VII's own behavior raises questions. After Bosworth, he backdated his reign to begin before the battle, making all who fought for Richard automatically guilty of treason. He married the prince's sister, Elizabeth of York, to strengthen his claim to the throne. He also had the prince's young cousin, Edward, Earl of Warwick, imprisoned in the Tower and later executed. If Richard III had established the precedent that inconvenient royal children could be eliminated, Henry Tudor certainly followed that precedent with Warwick. Does this suggest Henry knew more about the prince's fate than he admitted? For nearly 2 centuries the mystery remained without physical evidence. Then, in 1674, workmen demolishing a staircase in the Tower of London made a macabre discovery. Buried beneath the stairs were the skeletons of 2 children, estimated to be of similar ages to the princes at the time of their disappearance. King Charles II, perhaps sensing the historical significance, ordered the remains placed in an urn and interred at Westminster Abbey, where they remain today with an inscription identifying them as the princes. Yet even this discovery provides more questions than answers. The location of the burial near a staircase suggests a hasty, secretive disposal, rather than a planned assassination. The bones were found at a depth of about 10 feet under the staircase foundation, an unusual location that would have required significant effort to access. Unfortunately, the 17th century examination lacked our modern forensic techniques. The bones were said to correspond in every particular with the ages of the princes, but no detailed scientific analysis was performed. In 1933, the remains were examined by medical experts who determined they belonged to children of roughly the correct ages. They also found animal gnaw marks, suggesting the bodies may have been left exposed for a time before burial. DNA testing has been requested in recent years, but the Church of England and the royal family have not permitted further disturbance of the remains. Without modern analysis, we cannot be certain these bones truly belonged to the princes, nor can we determine their cause of death. The discovery of possible remains did little to settle the debate over who, if anyone, ordered their deaths. The traditional narrative implicating Richard III was reinforced by William Shakespeare's play, which depicts Richard as a malformed villain explicitly ordering the prince's smothering. This portrayal, though historically questionable, has powerfully shaped public perception. Richard's defenders point out that Shakespeare wrote during the Tudor era, when maligning Richard was politically expedient and historically accepted. An intriguing alternative theory suggests that at least one prince may have survived. In 1491, during Henry VII's reign, a young man named Perkin Warbeck appeared, claiming to be Richard, Duke of York, the younger prince. For nearly 8 years, Warbeck maintained his claim, receiving support from various European rulers including Margaret of Burgundy, sister to Edward IV. His detailed knowledge of the royal family and court life was impressive enough that many contemporaries, including those who had known the young duke, accepted his identity. Henry VII eventually captured Warbeck and obtained a confession that he was an impostor. Yet the text of this confession, likely extracted under duress, contains inconsistencies. Warbeck was kept alive for several years before allegedly attempting to escape with the imprisoned Earl of Warwick. This convenient conjunction allowed Henry to execute both potential pretenders. Was Warbeck truly an impostor, or had one prince somehow escaped the tower? The question remains tantalizingly open. Other theories suggest the princes may have died of natural causes, perhaps from plague or sweating sickness that were common in the period. Such a death might have been concealed by Richard to prevent accusations of murder. Some historians propose that the princes were separated, with one or both sent to secret locations for their safety. The absence of reliable contemporary accounts makes all such theories speculative, though not impossible. The mystery of the princes in the tower has endured for over 5 centuries precisely because the evidence remains inconclusive. Richard III, Henry VII, Buckingham, or unknown agents. The list of suspects is unchanging, but the weight of probability shifts with each historian's interpretation. The truth may lie buried in as yet undiscovered documents, or it may remain forever obscured by time and political necessity. What we know with certainty is that 2 young boys, born to privilege and destined for greatness, disappeared when they became inconvenient to those in power. As darkness falls on the Tower of London, some say the shadows of 2 small figures can sometimes be seen playing along the ancient walls. These spectral princes, forever young and unaware of their place in history, are said to appear in the clothes they wore when last seen alive in 1483. Their fate stands as a somber reminder of the human cost of political ambition and the fragility of power. In their disappearance, they have achieved an immortality that perhaps would have eluded them had they lived, remembered not for what they did, but for what was done to them, and for the enduring mystery they left behind. The Knights Templars' secret treasure, rise of a holy order. In the mists of medieval history, few orders have captivated our collective imagination quite like the Knights Templar. These warrior monks, clad in white mantles, adorned with distinctive red crosses, rose from humble beginnings to become one of the most powerful organizations in medieval Europe. Their story begins in the aftermath of the First Crusade, as pilgrims from Western Europe began traveling in increasing numbers to the newly established Crusader states in the Holy Land. The roads to Jerusalem were perilous, with bandits and highwaymen preying upon these devout travelers. The year was 1119, and Jerusalem had been under Christian control for nearly 2 decades. A French knight named Hugues de Payens approached King Baldwin II of Jerusalem with a proposal. He and 8 other knights wished to form a religious order dedicated to protecting pilgrims on the dangerous roads leading to the Holy City. The king granted them quarters on the Temple Mount, in a wing of the royal palace believed to be built upon the ruins of the Temple of Solomon. From this location they derived their name, the Poor Fellow Soldiers of Christ, and of the Temple of Solomon. In these early days, the fledgling order lived up to the poor aspect of their name. Historical records tell us they were so impoverished that Hugues de Payens and Godfrey de Saint-Omer, 2 of the founding knights, shared a single horse between them. This image later became emblazoned on the Templar seal, 2 knights riding a single mount, symbolic of their initial poverty and brotherhood. For nearly a decade, the order remained small and relatively unknown, consisting of only the original 9 knights. Their fortunes began to change in 1129 at the Council of Troyes, when the influential Cistercian abbot Bernard of Clairvaux championed their cause. Bernard, who would later be canonized as Saint Bernard, wrote a treatise titled In Praise of the New Knighthood, elevating the Templars as a new ideal, men who combined the martial prowess of knights with the spiritual discipline of monks. The council formally recognized the order, and Pope Honorius II granted them official papal sanction. With this ecclesiastical blessing came a unique privilege that would transform the humble order into a medieval powerhouse. The Templars were granted immunity from local laws and taxes, answering only to the Pope himself. This extraordinary autonomy allowed them to operate across borders in a way no other organization could. As word of the order spread throughout Europe, donations began pouring in: lands, money, businesses, and young men eager to join their ranks. Noble families across Europe sent their sons to join the Templars, along with gifts of land and wealth. Many nobles who were unable to fulfill their crusading vows would instead donate property to the order, believing that supporting the Templars' mission would provide spiritual benefits equivalent to making the pilgrimage themselves. Within decades, the Templars had established a presence in nearly every kingdom in Western Europe, with a network of preceptories and commanderies stretching from England to the Holy Land. The unique structure of the order emerged during this period of rapid growth. At its head stood the Grand Master, elected for life and wielding authority second only to the Pope. Beneath him were seneschals, marshals, commanders, and knights, arranged in a strictly hierarchical system reminiscent of feudal society, but bound by religious vows. Not all Templars were knights. The majority were sergeant brothers who served as support staff, and chaplain brothers who attended to spiritual needs. The Templars developed a detailed code of conduct, the Latin Rule, which governed every aspect of their lives. Knights were forbidden from hunting, gambling, or even speaking at meals. Their distinctive appearance was mandated: white mantles for knights, brown or black for sergeants, all emblazoned with the Red Cross. They were forbidden from retreating in battle unless outnumbered 3-1, or if their standard fell. Their hair was kept short, though they maintained beards, setting them apart from the clean-shaven knights of secular society. As the 12th century progressed, the Templars expanded their military role in the Holy Land. They constructed massive stone castles at strategic locations throughout the Crusader states, many of which stand in ruins today. Castles like Chateau Pèlerin and Tortosa were engineering marvels designed to be defended by small garrisons against much larger forces. Knights were trained in horsemanship, swordsmanship, and group tactics, becoming the elite heavy cavalry of the Christian armies in the East. The battlefield prowess of the Templars soon became legendary. Unlike secular knights who might retreat to protect their own lives and fortunes, Templar knights were bound by vows that prioritized the defense of the faith above personal safety. They typically form the vanguard in advance and the rear guard in retreat, positions of greatest danger. Their white mantles and red crosses made them easily identifiable on the battlefield, striking fear into their enemies and inspiring confidence in their allies. One Muslim chronicler wrote that Templar knights were first to attack and last to retreat, steadfast as a stone wall. Their military discipline was exceptional for the era. They held formation, avoided individual glory-seeking, and obeyed commands without question. The Templar battle flag, known as the Bosillon, was black on top and white on the bottom, symbolizing their dual nature as both monks and warriors, and their readiness to be fierce with enemies but gentle with friends. Yet perhaps their most significant innovation came not on the battlefield, but in the counting house. As their network expanded across Europe and the Holy Land, the Templars developed sophisticated financial systems that many historians consider precursors to modern banking. Pilgrims could deposit funds at a Templar preceptory in Europe and receive a letter of credit, a sort of medieval traveler's check, redeemable at Templar houses along the route to Jerusalem. This financial innovation proved tremendously practical. Pilgrims no longer needed to carry large sums of money, reducing their appeal to bandits and pirates. For a small fee, the Templars would safeguard valuables, transport them securely, or issue these letters of credit. The order essentially created one of the first secure international transfer systems, spanning continents at a time when most people never traveled more than a few miles from their birthplace. As their banking activities expanded, so too did their wealth. By the mid-12th century, the Templars began lending money to nobles and even monarchs. King Louis VII of France was heavily indebted to them, as were many other European rulers. Their financial acumen extended to agricultural innovations on their vast landholdings, which generated substantial revenue. They operated their own fleet of ships for transportation between Europe and the Holy Land, further cutting costs and increasing profits. The Paris Temple became the order's financial headquarters and one of the most important financial centers in Europe. The kings of France kept their royal treasury there, benefiting from the Templar security measures and financial expertise. The order developed methods for assessing credit risks, maintaining ledgers across multiple locations, and conducting audits, practices that would not become common in secular banking for centuries. With financial success came political influence. Grand masters advised kings, participated in royal councils, and sometimes acted as regents during monarchs' absences. In the Holy Land, the Templars became kingmakers in the politics of the Crusader states, sometimes supporting one claimant to thrones over others. Their chapter houses in major European cities served as neutral meeting grounds for diplomacy, and Templar knights frequently served as escorts for visiting dignitaries. The Templars' rise to power was not without controversy. Bernard of Clairvaux, their early champion, later expressed concern about their accumulating wealth. Some clergy resented their special privileges and exemption from episcopal authority. Stories circulated about their arrogance and refusal to cooperate with secular knights during crusades. The Templars sometimes clashed with their rivals, the Knights Hospitaller, another military order with whom they competed for donations and influence. By the late 12th century, however, the Templars had become indispensable to both the defense of the Holy Land and the economies of Europe. When Jerusalem fell to Saladin in 1187, the Templars suffered heavy losses but quickly rebuilt their forces. They participated in the Third Crusade alongside Richard the Lionheart and continued to defend the remaining Crusader territories with tenacity. The loss of Jerusalem, however, marked the beginning of a slow decline in the Christian position in the Holy Land. As the 13th century progressed, the Templars' military fortunes waned alongside those of the Crusader states. Despite their valor, they could not stem the tide of Muslim reconquest. After the fall of Acre in 1291, the last major Crusader stronghold, the Templars retreated to Cyprus. Their primary mission, protecting pilgrims on the road to Jerusalem, was now impossible to fulfill. Yet their vast financial network and accumulated wealth remained intact, as did their autonomous status answering only to the Pope. Fall from grace and hidden riches. Dawn was breaking on Friday, October 13th, 1307. A day like any other for most people across medieval France, but for the Knights Templar, it would mark the beginning of the end of their powerful order. As the first light crept across stone monastery walls and castle towers, King Philip IV's sealed orders were being opened simultaneously across France. The orders were explicit and shocking. Arrest all Knights Templar immediately, seize their assets, and prepare them for interrogation. The king's men moved with precision that suggested months of careful planning. Knights were dragged from their beds, many still drowsy and confused, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Imagine the scene as royal guards stormed Templar preceptories and commanderies throughout the kingdom. The Templars, who had once been the most feared and respected warriors in Christendom, found themselves overwhelmed, their swords still hanging on walls, their armor stacked neatly in corners. These men who had defended Jerusalem and fought fearlessly against Muslim armies were now being bound in chains, accused of heresy, blasphemy, and unnatural acts. The timing was impeccable. Many knights were captured before they could even mount a defense. The few who might have received warning had precious little time to flee, taking with them only what they could carry. The charges against the Templars were numerous and scandalous. King Philip claimed the order practiced idol worship, denied Christ, engaged in homosexual activities, and spat on the cross during their secret initiation ceremonies. These accusations shocked medieval society, as the Templars had long been revered as holy warriors. But Philip IV, known as Philip the Fair for his handsome appearance rather than his sense of justice, had ulterior motives. The French crown was deeply in debt to the Templars. The order's banking operations had made them creditors to nobility across Europe, including Philip himself. By destroying the order, the king could erase his debts and seize their considerable wealth. The fate of captured Templars was cruel and predetermined. Medieval interrogation techniques left little room for proclaimed innocence. Knights were subjected to brutal torture, their feet held over flames, bones slowly crushed, bodies stretched on racks until joints separated. Under such duress, many confessed to whatever crimes their tormentors suggested. The Grand Master of the order, Jacques de Molay, initially confessed under torture, but later recanted his confession, insisting on the order's innocence. This defiance would eventually lead him to the stake, where he was burned as a relapsed heretic in March 1314, maintaining the order's innocence with his dying breath. As the arrests swept across France, something curious happened, or rather didn't happen. The vast Templar fleet, anchored at their Mediterranean port of La Rochelle, vanished overnight. The ships that had for decades transported pilgrims, soldiers, and supplies to the Holy Land were simply gone by the time the king's men arrived to seize them. Not a single vessel remained. This disappearance has fueled centuries of speculation. Where did these ships go? What precious cargo might they have carried? The Templars were known to possess enormous wealth, gold, silver, and priceless religious relics acquired during their time in Jerusalem and the Holy Land. The Templar treasure represented far more than mere gold coins and silver bullion. The knights had spent nearly 2 centuries in the Holy Land, gaining access to sites of immense religious significance. Rumors persisted that they had discovered ancient secrets beneath the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, where their headquarters stood on the site of King Solomon's temple. Some speculated they had found the Ark of the Covenant, fragments of the True Cross, or even the Holy Grail itself. These sacred relics, if they existed, would have been priceless to medieval minds, not just for their monetary value, but for their spiritual power. King Philip's frustration must have been immense when his careful plan failed to yield the expected treasure. The Templar preceptories he seized contained only a fraction of the wealth the order was known to possess. Inventories from the time show that while property, livestock, and routine operational funds were captured, the vast hoards of gold and silver that should have been present were nowhere to be found. It was as if the Templars had received some warning, or perhaps had long-established contingency plans. The missing treasure has become one of history's most enduring puzzles, spawning countless theories about where it might have gone and who might have helped the knights conceal it. After the initial arrests in France, Pope Clement V, himself under Philip's influence, issued the papal bull Pastoralis Praemunentii on November 22, 1307, instructing all Christian monarchs to arrest Templars and seize their assets. The response varied widely. In England, Edward II initially defended the knights, only reluctantly carrying out arrests months later. In Portugal, King Denis simply renamed the order as the Knights of Christ, allowing them to continue under new identity. In parts of Germany and Italy, Templars were tried but acquitted. This patchwork response created opportunities for knights who escaped the initial purge to find refuge and perhaps secure portions of their treasure. Some historians believe the Templars had anticipated trouble years before the arrests. The order had suffered significant setbacks with the fall of the last Crusader strongholds in the Holy Land. Acre, their final major base in the east, fell in 1291, forcing a retreat to Cyprus. With their original mission of protecting pilgrims no longer viable, the Templars faced an uncertain future. Their vast banking network and accumulated wealth made them both powerful and vulnerable. It would have been prudent for their leadership to create contingency plans, establishing secret caches of treasure and mapping escape routes should they ever face persecution. Scotland emerges in many theories about the Templar treasure. At the time of the arrests, Scotland under Robert the Bruce was one of the few places in Europe not fully submitting to papal authority, as Bruce himself was excommunicated. The Battle of Bannockburn in 1314, where a vastly outnumbered Scottish force defeated the English, has been linked in some theories to Templar involvement. Did escaped knights bring their military expertise and perhaps their treasure to Scotland in exchange for protection? Some point to the abundance of Templar symbolism in Scottish sites like Rosslyn Chapel, built in the 15th century by the St. Clair family, long rumored to have Templar connections. The Swiss banking system presents another intriguing possibility. Switzerland's emergence as a banking power followed suspiciously close on the heels of the Templar suppression. Did fleeing knights bring their financial expertise and remaining capital to the Alpine valleys, establishing the foundations of Swiss banking secrecy? The Swiss flag, a white cross on a red background, bears a striking resemblance to the Templar battle flag. While mainstream historians remain skeptical of direct connections, the timing is certainly suggestive, and the Swiss reputation for discretion with wealth mirrors the Templars' own banking practices. Oak Island, off the coast of Nova Scotia, has captured the imagination of treasure hunters for centuries. Its infamous Money Pit, a booby-trapped shaft discovered in 1795, has been linked by some to the Templars. The theory suggests that Templar ships might have crossed the Atlantic with their treasure decades before Columbus, hiding it in an elaborately engineered pit. While conventional historians find this scenario highly unlikely, the pit's sophisticated construction, with its flood channels and multiple layers, displays a complexity that seems beyond typical pirate capabilities. Tantalizing artifacts found on the island, including a stone with mysterious symbols, continue to fuel speculation. Ultimately, the formal end of the Knights Templar came on March 22, 1312, when Pope Clement V issued the papal bull Vox in Excelso, officially dissolving the order. Their properties were transferred to the Knights Hospitaller, another military order, though Philip managed to keep much of the Templar assets in France for himself. But this official dissolution did little to settle the question of the missing treasure. If anything, it deepened the mystery. With no surviving Templar authority to account for the Order's resources, the true fate of their wealth became impossible to determine with certainty. The dramatic end of Jacques de Molay, the last Grand Master, added a final layer of intrigue to the Templar story. As flames consumed him on a small island in the Seine River in Paris, he supposedly uttered a curse against both King Philip and Pope Clement, prophesying that both would join him before God's throne within a year. Remarkably, both men did die within the year, Clement from a mysterious illness in April 1314, and Philip in a hunting accident that November. This apparent fulfillment of de Molay's curse only enhanced the mystical aura surrounding the order and its hidden treasures. 7 centuries later, the Templar treasure remains one of history's most alluring mysteries. What exactly constituted this treasure? Was it primarily gold and silver? Did it include sacred relics? Ancient knowledge recorded in manuscripts? All three? We may never know the full extent of what the Templars possessed or where it might rest today. Perhaps it was divided and distributed across multiple locations throughout Europe. Maybe portions were buried in remote locations, the secret of their whereabouts dying with the last knights who knew of them. Or perhaps the treasure was gradually spent, sustaining Templars who fled and established new lives under different identities. Modern Templar organizations claim lineage from the medieval order, though historians find little evidence of direct continuity. Freemasonry incorporates Templar elements in some of its higher degrees, preserving ritual aspects that supposedly connect to the knights of old. These contemporary echoes speak to the enduring power of the Templar legend, a tale of warrior monks who rose from humble beginnings to become one of medieval Europe's most powerful institutions, only to fall dramatically and leave behind an unsolved mystery. Their story contains all the elements that capture human imagination: valiant warriors, secret rituals, vast wealth, royal treachery, and hidden treasure waiting to be found. The Lost Colony of Roanoke, a New World venture. As the evening mist settles over our modern world, let us journey back across the waters of time to the late 16th century, when Europe's gaze turned westward toward lands of mystery and promise. The story of Roanoke begins in an age of exploration, when maps contained blank spaces marked with sea monsters and whispered possibilities. England, a rising maritime power under the formidable Queen Elizabeth I, sought to establish its foothold in the New World, competing with Spanish and Portuguese empires that had already claimed vast territories across the Atlantic. The year is 1584, and the air is thick with ambition and the scent of opportunity. Sir Walter Raleigh, a favorite of Queen Elizabeth with his dramatic cape and courtly manners, has secured a royal charter to establish an English colony in North America. Raleigh, never one to shy from grand gestures, names this unexplored land Virginia in honor of his queen, the Virgin Queen. Though Raleigh himself never sets foot on these shores, he dispatches an expedition to find suitable territory for England's first permanent settlement in this new world. In April of that year, 2 ships commanded by Philip Amadas and Arthur Barlow set sail across the turbulent Atlantic, their wooden vessels creaking and swaying with each wave. After approximately 2 months at sea, enduring cramped quarters, salted meat, and the constant fear of storms that could send them to watery graves, they reach the outer banks of what is now North Carolina. The explorers are met with a landscape of remarkable beauty: barrier islands protecting calm sounds, forests rich with timber, and waters teeming with fish. The native Secatan and Croatoan people they encounter treat these strange pale visitors with cautious curiosity and surprising hospitality. These initial interactions, though limited by language barriers, bear the weight of 2 worlds meeting, one ancient and intimately connected to this land, the other grasping for a foothold in territory they perceive as ripe for the taking. This reconnaissance mission returns to England with glowing reports of a paradise waiting to be claimed, along with two native men, Manteo and Wanchese, who would serve as cultural interpreters for future expeditions. Encouraged by these promising accounts, Raleigh organizes a more substantial expedition in 1585. Under the command of Sir Richard Grenville aboard the Tiger, accompanied by several other vessels, this larger mission carries over 100 soldiers and settlers toward the shores of Roanoke Island. Their journey is immediately beset with challenges that foreshadow troubles to come. A devastating storm separates the Tiger from its companion ships, and upon finally reaching the Outer Banks, the ship runs aground, losing valuable supplies intended to sustain the colony. Despite these setbacks, Grenville establishes a military settlement on Roanoke Island, leaving Ralph Lane in charge with approximately 107 men. These men are primarily soldiers, not farmers or craftsmen, a composition that reveals the expedition's military and strategic priorities rather than colonization aims. As Grenville returns to England for additional supplies, promising to return by Easter 1586, the abandoned men must face their first winter in this unfamiliar wilderness with dwindling resources and uncertain alliances with the indigenous tribes. The winter proves harsh, not in temperature, but in isolation and scarcity. The settlers, untrained in agricultural techniques suitable for this new environment, become increasingly dependent on local tribes for food. Initially welcomed, the English presence grows burdensome as their demands increase. Ralph Lane, military-minded and suspicious, manages relationships with the native peoples poorly. What began as cultural curiosity deteriorates into mutual distrust, misunderstanding, and eventually hostility. Cultural differences create an ever-widening gulf between the settlers and the Secondary people. The concept of land ownership, so fundamental to European thinking, clashes with indigenous views of stewardship and communal use. Small offenses accumulate, perceived slights, misinterpreted gestures, objects taken without understanding their significance. By spring, relations have soured significantly. Lane, growing paranoid about native intentions, launches a preemptive attack against the local Secotan leader Wingina, killing him and several of his people. This act of violence renders the colonists' position precarious. Isolated and increasingly feared, they watch the shoreline anxiously for Grenville's promised return. Relief comes unexpectedly in June 1586, not from Grenville, but from Sir Francis Drake, arriving with a fleet of 23 ships after a successful raiding expedition against Spanish settlements in the Caribbean. Drake offers the struggling colonists passage back to England, which they readily accept. In their haste to depart, they leave behind only a small contingent to maintain England's claim to the territory. Ironically, shortly after Drake's departure with the colonists, supply ships sent by Raleigh arrive to find the settlement abandoned. Grenville himself appears weeks later with additional supplies and reinforcements, only to discover the same deserted dwellings. Determined not to abandon the English foothold, Grenville leaves behind 15 men with 2 years' worth of supplies to hold the territory until a more substantial colonial effort can be mounted. These 15 souls fade into the shadows of history, their ultimate fate unknown but likely grim. Undeterred by these initial failures, Walter Raleigh organizes a more ambitious colonial venture in 1587. This expedition differs significantly from earlier attempts, designed as a proper civilian colony rather than a military outpost. Under the leadership of John White, an artist who had participated in the previous expedition and created invaluable illustrations of native peoples and local flora and fauna, approximately 115 to 120 settlers prepared to establish a permanent community called the City of Raleigh. The composition of this new group reflects its different purpose. Unlike the predominantly male military contingent of the previous expedition, This colony includes entire families, with women and children among their number. Their skills are diverse: farmers, carpenters, blacksmiths, and others with practical knowledge needed to build a self-sustaining settlement. Their instruction is to settle not on Roanoke Island, but farther north in the Chesapeake Bay region, where more favorable conditions were reported. July 1587 finds White's colonists approaching the Outer Banks with hope and determination. The plan calls for a brief stop at Roanoke to check on Grenville's 15 men before continuing northward to their intended settlement site. However, the expedition's pilot, Simon Fernandez, a Portuguese navigator with a questionable reputation, refuses to transport the settlers further, claiming the season is too advanced for additional coastal exploration. Against their instructions and desires, the colonists find themselves deposited on Roanoke Island, the site of the previous failed attempt. The situation they discover is ominous. Of Grenville's 15 men, they find only bones, silent testimony to some violent end. The structures stand in disrepair, reclaimed by the lush coastal vegetation. Despite this inauspicious beginning, the settlers have little choice but to establish their colony at this location. They repair the abandoned structures and begin the work of creating a sustainable community on land already soaked with English blood. Relationships with the local tribes prove complicated. The legacy of Lane's violence against Wingina creates understandable hostility among some groups, while others remain cautiously friendly. Manteo, one of the natives who had traveled to England years earlier, serves as a crucial intermediary. In a ceremony reflecting England's attempt to establish political structures in this new world, Manteo is baptized as a Christian and named Lord of Roanoke, a title meaningless to native political structures, but significant in English colonial ambitions. Among these determined settlers is Eleanor Dare, daughter of Governor John White and wife of Ananias Dare. On August 18, 1587, Eleanor gives birth to a daughter christened Virginia Dare, the first English child born in the Americas. This birth, symbolizing the colony's future and permanence, is celebrated as a promising sign. Yet the struggles of establishing a foothold in this challenging environment continue. Late summer brings dwindling supplies and increasing concerns about surviving until additional resources can arrive from England. By late August, barely a month after their arrival, the colonists convince Governor White to return to England for supplies and additional settlers. Though reluctant to leave his daughter, new granddaughter, and the struggling colony, White agrees that securing swift support is essential for their survival. He departs for England, expecting to return the following spring with the provisions that would ensure the colony's success. His parting from the settlers, including his own family, is tender but optimistic, a temporary separation necessary for their collective future. White's return to England in November 1587 coincides with a national crisis. Relations with Spain have deteriorated to the brink of war, and by the time White lands in England, preparations are underway to defend against the anticipated Spanish Armada. Queen Elizabeth issues a general command prohibiting the departure of any ships capable of naval service. The modest resupply mission White envisions becomes impossible as every seaworthy vessel is pressed into defensive service for the realm. Despite repeated attempts to secure permission and funding for a relief expedition, White encounters one obstacle after another. The Spanish Armada indeed comes in 1588, and England's naval resources remain focused on defense and counterattacks. White manages to join a privateering expedition in 1588 that agrees to stop at Roanoke, but this ship is attacked and forced to return to England. The colonists, meanwhile, enter their second year without supplies or communication from their homeland, facing unknown hardships on distant shores. As seasons pass, the settlers at Roanoke must adapt to survive. They would need to forge deeper relationships with friendly indigenous groups, learn local agricultural techniques, and perhaps integrate more fully with native communities. Or perhaps they face hostility, dwindling numbers, and increasing desperation. Back in England, White continues his increasingly frantic efforts to return to the colony where his family waits, unaware that his journey back will be delayed not by months, but by years. The colony at Roanoke represents both the ambition and fragility of early English colonization efforts. While the settlers await White's return with supplies necessary for their survival, they exist in a precarious balance. Europeans attempting to transplant their way of life to an environment that demands adaptation and respect. They are suspended between worlds, clinging to English identities while surrounded by the realities of a land that operates by different rules and rhythms than those they left behind. The vanished settlement. In the year of our Lord 1590, 3 years had passed since Governor John White reluctantly set sail from the shores of Roanoke Island, leaving behind not only 115 colonists, but also his daughter Eleanor and his infant granddaughter Virginia Dare, the first English child born in the Americas. His voyage back to England, initially meant to secure additional supplies for the struggling colony, had stretched far beyond its intended duration. The political winds had shifted in Europe, and England found itself locked in a desperate naval confrontation with Spain. The Spanish Armada threatened the very shores of England, and Queen Elizabeth's command restricted all seaworthy vessels to remain for the defense of the realm. White, consumed by worry for the fate of his family and the colonists, found himself trapped in England. Every passing day deepened his anxiety, every sunrise and sunset marking time that the colonists spent alone in a wilderness thousands of miles from home, surrounded by uncertain relations with the native populations. Finally, in August of 1590, after numerous failed attempts to secure passage, White managed to join a privateering expedition that agreed to stop at Roanoke. The journey across the Atlantic was arduous, the ship battling fierce storms that seemed determined to prevent his return. The vessel creaked and groaned under the assault of massive waves, while sailors spoke in hushed tones of bad omens. For White, each delay, each setback, only intensified his growing sense of dread. As the ship approached the Carolina coastline, the familiar silhouette of Roanoke Island emerged from the mist. White stood at the bow, straining his eyes for any sign of smoke from cooking fires, any movement along the shore that might indicate human presence. But the island appeared unnaturally still, shrouded in an eerie silence that seemed to speak volumes. No welcoming party assembled on the beach. No signal fires burned to guide them home. The absence was palpable, hanging heavy in the air like the approaching evening fog. The landing party made shore as daylight waned, the explorers' torches casting long dancing shadows across the beach. White led them toward the settlement with increasing urgency, calling out the names of colonists, of his daughter. Only the wind answered, whistling through the trees and carrying away his words into the gathering darkness. When they reached the site of the settlement, White and his companions stood in stunned silence. The houses and fortifications had been dismantled, not destroyed by violence, but carefully taken down. It appeared as though the colonists had departed in an organized manner, rather than fled in panic. No signs of struggle marked the ground. No bodies lay abandoned. No scattered personal possessions told tales of a hasty retreat. The settlement had been systematically disassembled, as if the entire community had decided to relocate. White ordered his men to spread out and search for any clue, any indication of where the colonists might have gone or what might have befallen them. As night descended, their torches formed a constellation of moving lights across the abandoned settlement. During their search, one of White's men called out, having discovered something carved into a tree at what had been the entrance to the fort. White rushed over, holding his torch high to illuminate the bark. There, cut deeply into the wood, was the word Karawatoan, in careful capital letters. White stepped back, considering this message left behind. This was not random vandalism or a hasty scrawl. The letters had been deliberately carved, meant to be found and understood by anyone coming to search for the colony. Further exploration revealed another clue: the letters CRO carved into another tree. White had instructed the colonists before his departure that, should they move from Roanoke, they were to carve their destination into trees or posts. If they departed under duress or faced danger, they were to carve a cross symbol alongside the name. White carefully examined both carvings, noting with some relief the absence of any cross. This suggested that whatever had prompted their departure, it hadn't been immediate peril. Croatoan was the name of a nearby island, now known as Hatteras Island, home to the Croatoan tribe who had maintained friendly relations with the English. White also recalled that several of the colonists had previously spoken of relocating to the mainland, to a place they called 50 miles into the main, a settlement they had begun preparing during an earlier exploration. Had they perhaps separated, some going to Croatoan and others to this mainland location? As the search continued through the night and into the following day, White found himself confronting another mystery. Before his departure 3 years earlier, he had instructed the colonists to bury chests containing their belongings if they were forced to abandon the settlement. Now, after extensive searching, not a single buried chest had been located. This suggested that the colonists had time to take their possessions with them, further supporting the theory of an organized relocation rather than a catastrophic event. White's determination to find the colonists grew stronger with each passing hour. He instructed the captain to set sail for Croatoan Island as soon as weather permitted. But fate had other plans. A tremendous storm arose that night, with winds so fierce they threatened to drive the ship aground. The anchors began to drag, and one of the main cables snapped with a sound like a cannon shot. The captain, fearing for the safety of his vessel and crew, made the decision that they must abandon the search and seek safer waters. Despite White's desperate pleas and offers of his entire personal fortune to continue the search, the expedition was forced to leave the shores of America. As Roanoke Island disappeared into the horizon, White gazed back from the ship's rail, knowing in his heart he would never see his daughter Eleanor or his granddaughter Virginia again. The weight of failure and loss pressed upon him like a physical burden. He would never return to American shores, spending his remaining years in Ireland, writing repeatedly to Richard Hakluyt about his lost colonists. In the centuries that followed, the fate of the lost colony of Roanoke would become one of the most enduring mysteries in American history. Generations of historians, archaeologists, and adventurers would explore countless theories, attempting to explain what happened during those 3 critical years of absence. Some theories suggested peaceful assimilation with friendly native tribes, while others proposed more violent ends at the hands of hostile indigenous groups or Spanish raiders known to patrol the coast. The theory of assimilation with the Croatoan tribe gained substantial support over time. When later English colonies were established at Jamestown, settlers reported encountering natives with gray eyes who claimed English ancestry. Captain John Smith received reports of people living in native towns who could talk in a book as the English did. In 1701, explorer John Lawson described meeting Hatteras Indians with light gray eyes who claimed that their ancestors were white people who could talk in a book. Archaeological explorations have yielded tantalizing but inconclusive evidence. European artifacts have been discovered at Native American sites dating to the appropriate time period. Excavations on Hatteras Island uncovered a signet ring that may have belonged to one of the colonists. A map created by John White himself, when examined with modern technology, revealed a patch hiding what might be the intended mainland settlement location. Each discovery offers a potential thread in the complex tapestry of the colonists' fate. Another compelling theory suggests that the colonists may have attempted to return to England by constructing a small vessel. With skilled craftsmen among them, including shipwrights, this remains a possibility, though the Atlantic crossing in a locally built vessel would have been extraordinarily dangerous. Others believe the colonists might have tried to reach the Chesapeake Bay region, where they had originally intended to establish their settlement, before being forced to remain at Roanoke by their Portuguese pilot. The possibility of multiple fates for different groups of colonists has gained credence among modern historians. Perhaps some went to Croatoan Island, others to the mainland settlement, and still others may have attempted a sea journey or met different ends altogether. The colony might have fragmented under the pressures of survival, with families and factions choosing different paths as food stores dwindled and relations with certain native groups deteriorated. Recent archaeological work and advanced scientific methods have opened new avenues of investigation. DNA analysis of living populations along the North Carolina coast may eventually reveal genetic links to the lost colonists. Ground-penetrating radar and other non-invasive techniques have identified potential excavation sites that might yet yield definitive evidence. The mystery continues to captivate our collective imagination, reminding us of the precarious nature of early colonial ventures and the countless untold stories of those who ventured into unknown lands. As night falls over the shores of what is now North Carolina, one can almost imagine those 115 souls and their daily struggles for survival in a strange land. Did they look to the eastern horizon, hoping each day to see White's returning ship? Did they gradually lose hope and make the difficult decision to abandon their settlement? Did they integrate with indigenous peoples, learning their ways while teaching their own? Or did they meet a more tragic end, their voices silenced by disease, starvation, or conflict? The whispers of the lost colony echo across more than 4 centuries, carrying with them the hopes, fears, and unanswered questions of America's earliest English settlers. The carved word Croatoan stands as both answer and enigma, a final message whose true meaning remains just beyond our grasp, like the colony itself, vanished into the mists of history but never truly forgotten, waiting perhaps for some future discovery to finally bring their story to light. The man in the iron mask. The anonymous prisoner, the man in the iron mask, remains one of history's most enduring enigmas, a tale of secrecy and power that continues to fascinate centuries after the mysterious prisoner's death. In the late 1600s, during the magnificent reign of Louis XIV, the Sun King of France, a most peculiar prisoner appeared in the French penal system. What made this prisoner extraordinary was not any terrible crime he had committed or any notable escape attempts, but rather the unusual condition of his imprisonment. He was never permitted to show his face. It was perpetually concealed behind a mask, though, contrary to popular imagination, historical records suggest it was made of black velvet rather than iron. This anonymous prisoner first appears in historical records in 1669, when he was transferred to the prison of Pignerol in the French Alps. His jailer was a man named Bénigne d'Auvergne de Saint-Mars, a prison governor of impeccable loyalty to King Louis XIV. Saint-Mars would remain this prisoner's personal guardian for decades, an unusual commitment that immediately suggests the extraordinary importance of the masked man. The relationship between jailer and prisoner was unlike any other in the French penal system, with Saint-Mars personally serving the prisoner's meals and attending to his needs with a degree of deference unusual for someone supposedly disgraced. The masked prisoner lived in relative comfort compared to other inmates of the time. His cell was well furnished with fine linens, and he was provided with good food served on silver platters. He possessed books and was allowed to play the guitar. Various reports indicate he was given high-quality clothes of fine materials. These luxuries were virtually unheard of for common prisoners and suggested someone of considerable social standing. Despite these comforts, the rigid rule remained: his face was never to be seen by anyone. The few servants who attended him were under strict orders never to speak to him about anything other than his immediate needs. Letters exchanged between Saint-Mars and the French Minister of War, François-Michel Letellier, Marquis de Louvois, reveal the extraordinary security measures surrounding this prisoner. When the masked man needed to see a doctor, the physician was warned that if he attempted to learn anything about the prisoner's identity or examined anything other than the specific ailment, he would forfeit his own life. When the prisoner attended church, other inmates were strictly forbidden from looking at him or approaching him. He was positioned in such a way that no one could see his face, and armed guards stood ready to shoot anyone who attempted to do so. In 1681, Saint-Mars was appointed governor of the fortress of exiles in the Alps. The masked prisoner accompanied him there, transported under heavy guard in a covered litter to maintain his anonymity during the journey. Historical records indicate that during this transfer, the precautions taken were elaborate and meticulous. The prisoner traveled in a specially constructed sedan chair with thick curtains drawn tightly around it. Armed guards surrounded this conveyance with orders to shoot immediately if the prisoner attempted to speak to anyone or if anyone approached too closely. The journey itself was carefully planned to avoid populated areas whenever possible. Life at exiles continued the pattern established at Pignerol. The masked prisoner lived in isolation, though with every comfort that could be provided in a prison setting. In 1687, Saint-Mars received another promotion, this time to the governorship of the Île Sainte-Marguerite, one of the Lorraine Islands off the coast of Caen. Once again, the masked prisoner accompanied him. This transfer required an even more complex journey, partially by sea, with the prisoner's face continuously concealed. When they arrived at the island fortress, a special cell had been prepared with multiple doors, one heavy wooden door after another, to prevent anyone from eavesdropping on the mysterious inmate. The cell on Sainte Marguerite was described by one visitor as having only one window to the north, looking out over the sea, placed high up in the wall. This window was secured with 3 sets of iron bars. The island location provided natural isolation, making escape virtually impossible without assistance. The local population knew of the prisoner's existence, but, in keeping with the atmosphere of absolute secrecy that surrounded him, developed their own folklore about his identity. Fishermen would row their boats far from the prison windows, having been told that merely glimpsing the prisoner would lead to severe punishment. During his time on the island, one incident in particular has captured the imagination of historians. According to accounts written afterward, the prisoner once scratched a message onto a silver plate and threw it from his window. A fisherman found the plate and, being illiterate, brought it to Saint-Mars. When questioned, the fisherman claimed he could not read and did not know what was written on the plate. Despite this, Saint-Mars allegedly asked, "Have you read what is written here?" When the fisherman denied having read it, Saint-Mars reportedly replied, "It is lucky for you that you cannot read." The fisherman was nevertheless detained until the governor was convinced of his illiteracy. This incident demonstrates the extraordinary level of security surrounding the prisoner. The contents of the message were never revealed, and the silver plate was reportedly melted down immediately. If this account is accurate, it represents perhaps the prisoner's only known attempt to communicate with the outside world, an act of desperation from someone effectively erased from society. The consequences for those who might inadvertently learn his identity were clearly severe, reinforcing the notion that this was no ordinary prisoner, but someone whose very identity was a state secret of the highest order. In 1698, Saint-Mars received his final promotion, becoming governor of the Bastille in Paris. On September 18th of that year, the masked prisoner made his final journey, traveling in a covered litter and arriving at the infamous prison under cover of darkness. Even within the Bastille, famous for housing political prisoners, the masked man's treatment was exceptional. He was placed in a secluded cell in the Bertaudiere Tower, with precautions similar to those at his previous locations. The Bastille's register listed him simply as a prisoner of long standing, whose name is not given. The atmosphere of secrecy surrounding the prisoner intensified in Paris. Unlike his previous prisons, the Bastille stood in the heart of the capital, where curious eyes and ears were everywhere. The prisoner was not permitted to speak with anyone except Saint-Mars. Within the Bastille's walls, new rumors about the prisoner's identity began to circulate. Some accounts suggest that when government ministers visited the prison, they stood speaking to the masked man with great respect, never sitting in his presence, a courtesy typically reserved for those of royal blood or the highest nobility. According to official records, the mysterious prisoner died on November 19, 1703, after a short illness. He was buried the next day in the cemetery of St. Paul under the name Marchioli. The precautions surrounding his identity continued even after death. His cell was reportedly stripped bare following his passing. The walls were scraped and whitewashed, the floors removed and replaced. Every item he had touched was burned, and silver and other valuables in his possession were melted down. This extraordinary sanitization further suggests that even the slightest trace of his identity was considered dangerous to the French state. The level of security maintained around this prisoner for over 30 years raises profound questions. What person could be so important that Louis XIV, one of history's most powerful monarchs, would go to such lengths to erase their existence? Why not simply execute this person if they posed such a threat? The answer seems to lie in the nature of 17th century royal politics, where bloodlines and legitimacy were paramount concerns. The elaborate precautions suggest someone whose very existence threatened the stability of the throne, someone who could not be killed for reasons of blood or politics, but who could never be allowed to be known to the world. Various contemporary accounts provide tantalizing details about the prisoner. Some claimed he was tall and carried himself with dignity. Others noted that his voice was cultured and refined. The physician who treated him in his final illness reportedly declared that while he examined the prisoner's body, he never saw his face. After the man's death, rumors began to circulate more freely. In the absence of facts, speculation flourished. Some suggested he was an English nobleman or a failed assassin. Others whispered that he might be a twin brother of Louis XIV, hidden away to prevent any challenge to the king's authority. What makes the mystery of the man in the iron mask particularly compelling is not just the question of his identity, but what that identity meant to the power structure of France. The tremendous resources devoted to keeping this single prisoner concealed point to a secret of profound importance to the Sun King. As we consider this enigmatic figure, we must recognize that the truth was so dangerous that every trace of it was methodically erased by one of history's most powerful monarchs. Was this simply a matter of state security, or something more personal that threatened the very foundation of Louis XIV's reign? Royal secrets and whispered truths. The court of King Louis XIV witnessed many scandals and intrigues, but none as enduring as that of the anonymous prisoner in the Iron Mask. While we explored the initial appearance of this mysterious figure in French prison records, the question of his identity remains at the heart of this centuries-old enigma. The Sun King's France was a place of absolute monarchy where royal power extended into every corner of society, and secrets could be buried with remarkable efficiency. Yet this particular secret has refused to stay buried, emerging time and again to capture the imagination of historians and storytellers alike. From 1669 to 1703, this unknown prisoner lived in a succession of French prisons, always under the watchful eye of the same jailer, Benigne d'Auvergne de Saint-Mars. In 1698, when Saint-Mars was appointed governor of the Bastille in Paris, he brought his special prisoner with him. The journey from the prison of Sainte Marguerite to Paris took nearly a month, and throughout this time the prisoner's face remained concealed behind his mask. Contemporary accounts suggest the mask was not made of iron, but of black velvet, though the iron description has endured in popular imagination, perhaps because it better symbolizes the harshness of the prisoner's fate. Upon reaching the Bastille, the prisoner was installed in a comfortable cell with multiple rooms. He was provided with fine clothes of brown velvet, exquisite linens, and books. He dined on silver plate, and his every physical need was attended to with remarkable care for a prisoner. Saint-Mars was instructed to kill the man should he ever remove his mask or attempt to communicate his identity to anyone. These extraordinary security measures have fueled centuries of speculation. Who could warrant such treatment? Who was so dangerous or so valuable that they must be kept alive in relative comfort, yet eternally hidden from the world? The prisoner died on November 19, 1703, and was buried the next day under the name Marchioli. The burial was conducted hastily, and afterward his cell was reportedly stripped of all furnishings. The walls were scraped clean and whitewashed. The ceiling was removed and replaced. The floor tiles were taken up, and new ones laid down. Every trace of his existence methodically erased. Even the items he had used, including his silverware, were melted down. This extreme erasure of evidence speaks to the importance of keeping this man's identity secret, even beyond his death. Among the most persistent theories is that the man in the iron mask was actually the twin brother of Louis XIV. This idea, popularized by Alexandre Dumas in his novel The Man in the Iron Mask, suggests that the prisoner was born minutes after Louis, making the king the elder twin and rightful heir to the throne. According to this theory, their father, Louis XV, ordered the younger twin hidden away to prevent future succession disputes. As the boys grew older and their resemblance became striking, the younger brother had to be masked to prevent anyone recognizing the royal features reflected in his face. This twin theory gained traction because it explains both the need for absolute secrecy and the relatively comfortable imprisonment. The king could not execute his own brother for the crime of simply existing, yet could never allow his presence to threaten the stability of the monarchy. While romantic and compelling, this theory lacks solid historical evidence. No contemporary records suggest Queen Anne of Austria gave birth to twins, and the extensive court documentation of royal births makes such a momentous secret difficult to completely conceal from history. Another leading candidate is Nicolas Fouquet, Louis XIV's finance minister, who fell spectacularly from royal favor. Fouquet had amassed enormous wealth and power, culminating in an extravagant party at his Chateau Vaux-le-Vicomte in 1661, where he unwisely displayed wealth that surpassed even the king's luxuries. Shortly after, he was arrested for embezzlement and initially sentenced to banishment. However, Louis XIV, perhaps fearing Fouquet's knowledge and connections, increased the punishment to life imprisonment. Official history records Fouquet dying in the fortress of Pignerol in 1680, but some historians suggest this death was staged, and Fouquet continued living as the masked prisoner. The timing presents problems for the Fouquet theory, however. Records clearly indicate the masked prisoner was still alive in 1703, years after Fouquet's reported death. Additionally, Fouquet was a well-known public figure whose disappearance into masked anonymity would have required deceiving countless officials and courtiers who knew him personally. The elaborate measures to conceal the prisoner's identity seem excessive for someone whose fate was already publicly settled through a formal trial and sentencing. A more plausible candidate emerged in the early 20th century. Eustache Daguerre, a valet with connections to powerful figures implicated in a notorious scandal known as the Affair of the Poisons. This extensive conspiracy involved allegations of witchcraft, poisoning, and black masses at the highest levels of French society, potentially implicating people very close to the king himself. Historian Hugh Ross Williamson suggested that Dagger possessed dangerous knowledge about these affairs, necessitating his permanent silencing without execution, which might have drawn unwanted attention. Contemporary prison correspondence indeed mentions a prisoner named Eustache Dagger, who was to be held in isolation and prevented from communicating with anyone. The instructions regarding Dagger match what we know about the masked prisoner's treatment. If this identification is correct, the mask may have been less about hiding the prisoner's identity from the world and more about preventing him from speaking to other prisoners about the scandals and secrets he had witnessed in his role as a servant to the powerful. Yet another theory points to an Italian diplomat named Ercole Antonio Mattioli. In 1678, Mattioli had negotiated secretly with Louis XIV for the sale of the fortress of Casale, a strategically important site in northern Italy. After accepting French bribes, Mattioli betrayed the planned deal to France's enemies. Furious at this double cross, Louis had Mattioli kidnapped and imprisoned. The timing of Mattioli's disappearance aligns with early records of the masked prisoner, and the need to conceal an illegal international kidnapping provides a plausible motivation for the secrecy. Historical records indicate that Saint-Mars did indeed guard a prisoner named Mattioli at Pignerol, but some documentation suggests this prisoner died before the masked man was transferred to the Bastille. Additionally, the extraordinary precautions taken with the masked prisoner seem excessive for a diplomatic incident that most European powers would have tacitly understood, if not openly condoned, as part of the rough justice of 17th-century international relations. We must also consider General Vivien de Bulonde, a French military commander who disgraced himself by retreating from the siege of Cuneo in 1691, abandoning his wounded soldiers and artillery. The timing of Bulonde's disappearance from historical records corresponds with the appearance of a masked prisoner in Saint-Mars' charge. Louis XIV, who prized military glory above almost all else, might have considered such cowardice worthy of extraordinary punishment, a living death behind a mask, rather than an honorable execution by firing squad. The most intriguing theory, perhaps, involves the possibility that the prisoner was hiding knowledge of the king's legitimacy. Persistent rumors suggested that Louis XIII, long considered impotent, was not the biological father of Louis XIV. Instead, some whispered that Cardinal Mazarin, the powerful chief minister who was extraordinarily close to Queen Anne, had fathered the Sun King. If the masked prisoner possessed proof of this royal paternity scandal, whether as a witness, confidant, or record keeper, his knowledge would represent an existential threat to the legitimacy of the Bourbon dynasty. What makes the mystery of the man in the iron mask so enduring is not just the question of his identity, but what his treatment reveals about absolute power in the age of divine right monarchy. The ability to make a human being effectively disappear, to exist but not exist, to live but be dead to history, demonstrates the terrifying reach of royal authority in this period. The masked prisoner became a symbol of state secrecy, a living embodiment of information deemed too dangerous for public knowledge. The decades have turned to centuries, and still we wonder about the face behind the mask. Were his eyes similar to the king's? Did his features betray noble birth or common origins? Was he dangerous because of what he had done, or merely because of what he knew? Archives have been scoured, letters analyzed, and burial records scrutinized, yet no definitive answer has emerged. Perhaps this is fitting for a mystery born in an era when power expressed itself through control of information when kings were gods on earth and when secrets could be worth more than gold. As you drift toward sleep, imagine the masked prisoner in his comfortable cell in the Bastille, writing with his silver pen on fine paper, dining alone off silver plates, his identity concealed even as his physical needs were meticulously attended to. Think of the silent conversations between prisoner and jailer over decades of shared confinement. Consider the secrets that died with both of them, whispered truths that history still strains to hear across the centuries. In the darkness behind that mask, whether velvet or iron, lies one of history's most perfect enigmas, a human puzzle box that continues to resist our every attempt to solve it. The Voynich manuscript, the undecipherable text. In the shadowy corridors of medieval mystery, perhaps no artifact has confounded scholars, cryptographers, and historians quite like the Voynich manuscript. Dating from the early 15th century, this peculiar codex has earned the title of the world's most mysterious manuscript. Its pages contain bizarre illustrations of unidentifiable plants, astronomical diagrams that conform to no known medieval cosmology, and, most puzzling of all, page after page of text written in a script that has defied every attempt at decipherment for over 600 years. Imagine the manuscript before you now, a small book measuring just about 23 by 16 centimeters, bound in plain vellum that has yellowed with age. Its 240 pages are made from calfskin, soft to the touch, bearing the gentle marks of time. The pages themselves seem to whisper secrets as they rustle under the scholar's careful fingers. The book emanates an almost palpable aura of mystery, as if conscious of the generations of brilliant minds it has baffled throughout the centuries. The Voynich manuscript takes its name not from its creator, but from the Polish book dealer who reintroduced it to the world in 1912. Wilfrid Voynich purchased the strange codex among a collection of ancient manuscripts in Villa Mondragone, Italy. As he turned the brittle pages for the first time, he must have felt that peculiar thrill of discovery that comes rarely in a lifetime. Here was something truly unique, an entire manuscript written in an unknown script, illustrated with bizarre and seemingly impossible botanical specimens. Upon its pages, strange plants grow that botanists cannot identify. Roots curl and twist into human forms. Leaves spread in patterns that exist nowhere in nature. Some illustrations show tiny women bathing in green pools connected by elaborate plumbing systems. Other pages reveal circular diagrams filled with stars, possibly representing constellations or perhaps something entirely different. The illustrations occupy a dreamlike territory between the familiar and the impossible, as if depicting flora and phenomena from some parallel medieval world. The script itself flows across the pages in an elegant hand, clearly the work of someone well practiced in writing. The unknown author formed each character with confidence, without corrections or hesitations visible on the page. The text runs from left to right in lines that occasionally incorporate small illustrations or diagrams. The script appears to use between 20 and 30 distinct characters, far fewer than most natural languages. The characters themselves seem related to European alphabets of the period and yet form no recognizable words. Carbon dating has placed the manuscript's creation between 1404 and 1438, firmly in the early Renaissance period. The materials used, the vellum, the ink, the pigments in the colorful illustrations, all align with this dating. Nothing about the physical construction of the manuscript suggests a modern forgery. The vellum has aged naturally, the ink has faded, as one would expect over centuries, and microscopic examination shows no evidence of modern techniques or materials. The Voynich manuscript is, beyond doubt, a genuine medieval artifact. The first documented owner was Emperor Rudolph II of Habsburg, who ruled the Holy Roman Empire from 1576 to 1612. A passionate collector of curiosities and occult objects, Rudolph reportedly purchased the manuscript for the princely sum of 600 ducats, equivalent to tens of thousands of dollars today. The emperor, known for his interest in alchemy and esoteric knowledge, may have believed the manuscript contained valuable secrets of nature and the cosmos that could unlock greater understanding of the universe. After changing hands several times in the 17th century, the manuscript eventually found its way to the Jesuit college at Frascati near Rome, where it remained forgotten in the college library until Wilfrid Voynich's fortuitous discovery. In 1969, the manuscript was donated to Yale University's Beinecke Rare Book and Manuscript Library, where it resides today under the catalog number MS-408. There it sits, patiently preserving its secrets while being one of the most studied books that no one can actually read. Looking more closely at the content, the manuscript appears to be divided into distinct sections, each with its own theme. The largest section contains botanical illustrations, hundreds of unidentifiable plant species, drawn with a combination of accuracy and imagination that defies botanical classification. Each plant illustration is accompanied by several paragraphs of the undecipherable text, suggesting detailed descriptions or perhaps medicinal properties of these mysterious flora. The astronomical section contains circular diagrams filled with stars, suns, and moons. Some pages show what appear to be zodiacal signs, though they match no known astrological system. Here we find circles within circles, celestial bodies connected by lines, and small figures positioned around the edges of cosmic wheels. The mystery deepens with each turn of the page as the heavens depicted seem to follow rules unknown to medieval European astronomy. Another section appears to focus on biology, particularly what modern eyes might interpret as microscopic cellular structures, though microscopes capable of viewing cells would not be invented until centuries later. These illustrations show small circular shapes connected by channels or vessels, sometimes containing tiny star-like forms within them. Did the author somehow gain knowledge of structures invisible to the naked eye? Or are these simply decorative abstractions with no scientific meaning? The most unusual section contains illustrations of small female figures bathing in interconnected pools or vessels. These balneological pages show elaborate networks of pipes and reservoirs filled with green or blue liquid, with nude women positioned throughout the system. Some interpretations suggest these might represent medicinal baths, alchemical processes, or perhaps a symbolic reproductive system. The figures have rounded bellies, suggesting pregnancy or fertility connections. The handwriting throughout remains consistent, indicating a single author or perhaps a very well-coordinated team working from the same script model. The text flows naturally with word-like groupings that repeat in patterns suggestive of natural language. Statistical analysis shows that these patterns match the distribution of words in known languages, with what appear to be prefixes, suffixes, and root words occurring with natural frequency. Whatever this text represents, it bears the hallmarks of genuine communication, not random symbols. Throughout history, many brilliant minds have attempted to crack the manuscript's code. During World War II, cryptographers who successfully broke the Nazi Enigma code tried their hand at the Voynich text, only to admit defeat. Modern computer analysis has applied advanced pattern recognition algorithms, yet the text remains obstinately impenetrable. The manuscript has resisted AI, machine learning, statistical analysis, and every cryptographic approach known to science. William Friedman, one of the greatest cryptanalysts in American history and a key figure in breaking Japanese codes during World War II, spent decades working on the Voynich manuscript as a personal project. After years of intense study, he concluded that the text might represent an early example of a constructed language, an artificial language created according to logical principles rather than one that evolved naturally. Even this brilliant codebreaker could not definitively solve the mystery. Some scholars have proposed that the manuscript may be written in a complex cipher. Perhaps each symbol doesn't represent a letter, but an entire word or concept. Others suggest it might be encoded through a cipher wheel or tabula recta, where letters are substituted according to a shifting pattern. The regularity of certain character groups does suggest a systematic approach, yet every proposed cipher system has failed to produce coherent text when applied to the manuscript. One persistent theory proposes that the manuscript is an elaborate hoax, a meaningless creation designed to appear significant. Perhaps it was crafted to sell to a wealthy collector interested in esoteric knowledge, like Emperor Rudolph II. Yet this theory fails to explain the internal consistency of the text, the natural language-like patterns within it, and the sheer labor involved in creating hundreds of pages of text that maintains its structural integrity throughout. The illustrations themselves compound the mystery. If the manuscript were merely a hoax, why create botanical illustrations so detailed yet so clearly fantastical? The plants depicted show anatomically correct structures, stems, leaves, roots, and seed pods, yet combined in ways that exist nowhere in nature. The artistic skill evident in these illustrations represents significant training and effort, unusual commitments for a simple con. The astronomical diagrams present similar puzzles. They contain recognizable celestial elements, suns with faces, stars, moon phases, yet arranged in configurations that correspond to no known medieval astronomical model. Some pages show what appear to be 12 medallions around a central circle, suggesting zodiacal signs, yet the symbols within them match no known astrological system from any culture. These diagrams appear systematic and intentional, yet their meaning remains opaque. Analysis of the pigments used in the colorful illustrations reveals nothing unusual for the time period. The blues come from ground azurite, the greens from malachite, the browns and yellows from iron-rich compounds. The red ink contains traces of insect-derived cochineal, all materials commonly available to medieval manuscript illuminators. Nothing in the physical composition signals forgery or later creation, only genuine medieval craftsmanship. Perhaps most tantalizing are the occasional marginalia, small notes written in the margins in recognizable alphabets. Some pages contain what appear to be Latin characters, possibly added by later owners. One margin note, written in clearly legible German, states, "It brings tears to my eyes." Was this the frustration of a later scholar unable to decipher the text, or perhaps the emotional reaction of someone who understood something profound within these pages? As darkness falls and sleep approaches, imagine the manuscript resting in its climate-controlled case at Yale University. The soft glow of museum lighting catches the edges of its ancient pages. Somewhere in this book, a message waits, patient, inscrutable, enduring. 600 years have passed since an unknown hand applied ink to these pages, creating what would become one of history's greatest enigmas. What secrets whisper between these covers as the world sleeps? Codes, hoaxes, or ancient knowledge? The Voynich manuscript continues to resist our understanding, even after centuries of scholarly investigation. Perhaps no other medieval document has generated as much frustration among linguists, historians, and cryptographers. As the manuscript passed from owner to owner through the centuries, each new custodian believed they might be the one to crack its code. Yet the text remains as inscrutable today as when it first emerged from obscurity. Let us explore the numerous attempts to decode it, the competing theories about its origins, and what secrets it might contain. Some of the world's most brilliant minds have been drawn to the challenge of deciphering the Voynich manuscript. During World War II, American and British codebreakers who had successfully broken the German Enigma code turned their attention to this medieval puzzle during their free time. William Friedman, often considered the father of American cryptanalysis, spent decades studying the manuscript. He eventually concluded that the text was likely constructed using some form of constructed language rather than a straightforward cipher of an existing language. In more recent years, computer scientists have applied advanced algorithms and artificial intelligence to analyze the text. Statistical patterns within the manuscript do suggest an underlying linguistic structure rather than random nonsense. The text shows regularities in word distribution and frequency that mirror natural language. Words that appear to be related often occur close to each other, particularly near relevant illustrations. This internal consistency has convinced many researchers that the text must contain genuine information, rather than being merely an elaborate hoax. But what language might it represent? Proposals have ranged from the conventional to the extraordinary. Some scholars have suggested it contains a heavily coded version of Latin, Italian, or medieval German. Others have proposed more exotic solutions, that it preserves the lost language of the Cathars, records in ancient Ukrainian dialect, or even documents the language of a medieval Jewish community in northern Italy. One particularly creative theory suggests it might be a phonetic transcription of ancient Chinese or an East Asian language, written by a European traveler with no knowledge of Asian writing systems. The botanical illustrations have provided another avenue for research. While many plants appear fantastical or hybrid in nature, botanists have identified some specimens that resemble plants native to the Americas. This has led some to suggest the manuscript might postdate Columbus's voyages to the New World, contradicting the carbon dating results that place its creation between 1404 and 1438. Other researchers have countered that the plants may simply represent stylized European species or medicinal compounds created by combining multiple plants, common in medieval herbals. The astronomical sections of the manuscript feature circular diagrams filled with stars, sun-like objects, and what appear to be moon phases. Some contain faces looking out from the center, while others display what might be interpreted as zodiac symbols. Yet these constellations don't precisely match standard medieval European astrological knowledge. This has prompted theories that the manuscript might preserve alternative astronomical traditions, perhaps from Byzantine, Arabic, or even lost European folk sources that emphasized different celestial patterns. The manuscript's balneological section, with its illustrations of what appear to be elaborate bath systems and human figures, has generated particular interest. These pages show strange, pipe-like structures connecting small, nude female figures, sometimes appearing to float in vessels of green or blue liquid. Some researchers interpret these as depicting medicinal baths, while others see them as alchemical processes or even representations of human reproduction and childbirth. The mingling of biological and mechanical elements creates a dreamlike quality that defies easy categorization. One of the most persistent theories suggests the manuscript is an elaborate hoax created to extract money from wealthy collectors. Wilfred Voynich himself, who rediscovered the manuscript in 1912, was a rare book dealer who might have benefited from such mystique. Critics point to Emperor Rudolph II of Habsburg, who reportedly purchased the manuscript for 600 ducats, a considerable sum in the late 16th century. Did someone create an exotic-looking fake to sell to the emperor, known for his interest in alchemy and the occult? The timeline seems to contradict this theory, however. Carbon dating of the vellum places its creation in the early 15th century, long before Rudolph's time. The ink analysis is consistent with materials available in that period as well. If it were a hoax, it would be an extraordinarily elaborate one created a century before it could have been sold to its most famous early owner. Additionally, the manuscript shows signs of heavy use and annotation over centuries, suggesting readers found genuine value in its contents, whatever they might be. Some researchers have proposed that the manuscript might be the work of Roger Bacon, the 13th century English Franciscan friar known for his work in early scientific methodology and optics. This theory gained popularity after Voynich acquired the manuscript, though carbon dating has since ruled out Bacon as the author. Nevertheless, the idea that it might be the work of a medieval scientist attempting to record observations in a personal shorthand remains compelling, especially given the manuscript's apparent focus on herbal medicine, astronomy, and natural philosophy. The so-called Nahuatl theory connects the manuscript to Central America, suggesting it might document indigenous Aztec medical knowledge recorded by a Spanish missionary. Proponents point to similarities between some of the illustrated plants and New World species, as well as what they interpret as Mesoamerican influences in the astronomical diagrams. This would require either backdating the manuscript's creation or questioning the carbon dating results, but it highlights the global nature of knowledge exchange in the late medieval and early Renaissance periods. Gordon Rugg, a British researcher, proposed in 2004 that the manuscript could have been created using a simple table and grill system that would generate text with linguistic-like patterns without conveying any actual meaning. His experiments showed that text with statistical properties similar to the Voynich manuscript could be created using such methods. This elegant solution would explain why the text has resisted decipherment. There would be nothing to decipher. Yet many scholars remain unconvinced, pointing to the manuscript's internal consistency and the apparent relationship between text and illustrations. In 2017, a Canadian researcher claimed to have deciphered the first sentence of the manuscript, identifying it as an abbreviated form of medieval Latin. His translation read, "She made recommendations to the priest, man of the house, and me, and people." While interesting, most Voynich scholars remained skeptical of this interpretation, noting that it required extremely unusual abbreviation patterns not seen in other medieval texts. The search for a breakthrough continues, with each claimed solution quickly subjected to intense scrutiny by the global community of Voynich researchers. The manuscript's illustrations of strange plants, with their roots, stems, and leaves carefully depicted, suggest it was created for practical rather than purely decorative purposes. Medieval herbals were valuable medical resources, detailing plants and their medicinal properties. If the Voynich manuscript is indeed an herbal, it might record folk medicine traditions from a region or culture whose knowledge has otherwise been lost to history. The detailed illustrations would have helped practitioners identify useful plants, while the text might contain instructions for preparation and administration. The alchemical interpretation remains particularly compelling, given the manuscript's likely creation during the height of European alchemical practice. Alchemists often used coded language and symbolic imagery to obscure their work from the uninitiated. The manuscript's strange plants might represent stages in alchemical processes rather than actual botanical specimens. The flowing tubes in the balneological section could depict alchemical equipment, while the nude female figures might symbolize chemical substances or processes personified as women, a common alchemical practice. Perhaps most fascinating is the possibility that the Voynich manuscript represents a genuine attempt to record a mystical or visionary experience. The otherworldly quality of its illustrations, particularly the cosmic diagrams and strange biological forms, has parallels in accounts of shamanic and religious visions across cultures. Could the manuscript be one person's attempt to document experiences achieved through meditation, prayer, or even psychoactive substances used in medieval folk practice? The text might then represent an attempt to verbalize experiences that defy ordinary language. The mystery deepens when we consider the manuscript's provenance before it appeared in Emperor Rudolph's collection. Its early history remains completely unknown. Who created it? And for what purpose? Was it passed down through generations of a family of healers or alchemists? Was it hidden away because its contents were considered dangerous or heretical by religious authorities? The lack of any contemporary references to such a distinctive object is itself puzzling and suggests it may have been kept deliberately secret. In 2018, an international team developed an artificial intelligence system to analyze the manuscript, comparing it to known languages using sophisticated pattern recognition. Their algorithm suggested the underlying language might be Hebrew, with vowels removed and characters rearranged according to a specific rule set. While intriguing, this theory, too, has met with skepticism from linguistic experts. The search continues, with each new technological advance bringing fresh approaches to this medieval enigma. The possibility that the Voynich manuscript contains genuinely valuable lost knowledge makes it more than just a curiosity. If it does indeed record forgotten medical treatments, astronomical observations, or alchemical discoveries, deciphering it could have real-world applications. Throughout history, rediscovered ancient knowledge has sometimes provided surprising insights. The medical sections might contain effective herbal remedies unknown to modern pharmacology, lost during centuries of changing medical paradigms. As you reflect on this enduring mystery, imagine the countless scholars who have spent late nights poring over these strange pages by candlelight or electric lamp, convinced they were on the verge of a breakthrough. Picture the manuscript's unknown creator carefully penning these mysterious characters and drawing these fantastical images. What message were they trying to preserve? Was it meant to be understood by others, or was it a personal record never intended for outside eyes? These questions continue to haunt us across the centuries. Heretics of the Languedoc. In the verdant valleys and upon the rolling hills of southern France, where the Occitan language once flowed like the rivers winding through ancient villages, a religious movement took root that would forever change the landscape of medieval Europe. The Cathars, whose name derived from the Greek word for pure, emerged from the shadows of the 12th century to challenge the very foundations of the dominant Catholic Church. Their story begins not with thunderous proclamations or military conquests, but rather with quiet conversations in humble homes, with whispered prayers and shared bread, with a vision of Christianity that stripped away the material trappings of ecclesiastical power and sought direct communion with the divine. The landscape of Languedoc in the 12th century stands as a testament to human ingenuity and natural beauty merging in perfect harmony. Here, terraced vineyards climb the hillsides, olive groves shimmer silver in the Mediterranean breeze, and fortified towns perch on impossible promontories, their stone walls capturing the golden light of dusk. This rich land spreads from the Rhone River to the Pyrenees Mountains, from the Mediterranean Sea to the rugged Massif Central. The people here cultivate not only the fertile soil, but also a unique cultural identity, their own language, troubadour poetry celebrating courtly love, and increasingly their own interpretation of Christian doctrine. Throughout the villages and towns of this region, a different understanding of Christianity begins to take hold during the 12th century. The Cathars believe in a radical dualism, that the material world is inherently evil, created not by the benevolent God of the New Testament, but by a malevolent deity more akin to the God of the Old Testament. This material world represents a prison for the human spirit, which they believe is actually an angel trapped in corruptible flesh. The goal of human existence, according to Cathar belief, is to escape this prison through spiritual purification, through living lives of simplicity, abstinence, and devotion to the teachings of Christ as they understand them. The Cathar faith spreads rapidly throughout the Languedoc region and into northern Italy. Why does this heresy find such fertile ground in these particular regions? The answer lies partly in the relative independence of the local nobility from royal authority, the distance from Rome's direct control, and a culture already accustomed to questioning orthodoxy. But perhaps most significantly, the Cathars offer a compelling alternative to a Catholic Church increasingly perceived as corrupt, materialistic, and disconnected from the spiritual needs of common people. The contrast becomes stark: wealthy bishops in brocaded vestments versus Cathar, perfects in simple black robes, magnificent cathedrals versus humble prayer gatherings in village homes. The Cathar religious hierarchy develops with elegant simplicity. At the highest level are the perfects or good men and good women who have received the consolamentum, a spiritual baptism, and their only sacrament. These individuals live lives of exceptional austerity. They eat no meat, eggs, or cheese, products of procreation, which perpetuates imprisonment in matter. They observe strict chastity. They own no property. They tell no lies. The perfects travel in pairs through the countryside, offering spiritual guidance, conducting simple ceremonies, and embodying their faith through their actions. Below them are the credentes, or believers, ordinary men and women who follow Cathar teachings while continuing to live conventional lives. Local nobility often embrace the Cathar faith with remarkable enthusiasm. Count Raymond VI of Toulouse offers protection to Cathar communities. Esclarmonde of Foix, sister to the Count of Foix, becomes a perfect after her husband's death. The Trencavel family, Viscounts of Béziers and Carcassonne, extend patronage to Cathar teachers. In village after village across the Languedoc, the simplicity of Cathar belief and the evident piety of the perfects win converts from all levels of society. Women find particular freedom within Catharism, as the faith permits female perfects to preach, administer the consolamentum, and lead communities, opportunities entirely absent in the Catholic Church of the era. By the late 12th century, Pope Innocent III grows increasingly alarmed at reports reaching Rome. Catholic priests are being mocked in the streets of Toulousan towns. Churches stand empty, while Cathar gatherings overflow with attendees. The authority of Rome seems to be crumbling in this distant province. The Pope first attempts peaceful conversion, sending Dominican friars to debate with Cathar leaders and win back the population through persuasion. Bernard of Clairvaux, the most renowned preacher of his age, travels to the region in 1145. He reports back in shock at the depth of anti-Catholic sentiment. "Nothing can call them back to salvation," he writes. "So great is their obstinacy." Debates between Catholic theologians and Cathar perfects take place in town squares and noble courts. In one famous public disputation at Montreal in 1207, the Catholic champions and Cathar leaders argue theology for 15 days before an audience of local nobility. The arguments focus on scriptural interpretation, the nature of good and evil, and the legitimacy of church authority. Each side claims victory, but what becomes clear is that the Cathars are not simple peasant heretics easily dismissed. They possess a sophisticated theological system and articulate defenders capable of holding their own against Rome's best scholars. As peaceful conversion efforts falter, Innocent III contemplates more drastic measures. The catalyst for action comes in January 1208, when the papal legate Peter of Castelnau is murdered near Saint-Gilles Abbey. Though the killer's identity remains uncertain, the Pope immediately blames Count Raymond VI of Toulouse, a protector of the Cathars, and excommunicates him. Within months, Innocent issues a call for a crusade against the heretics of the Languedoc, the first crusade ever proclaimed against fellow Christians. Northern French barons, hungry for land and eager for spiritual rewards, begin assembling their armies for the march south. The people of the Languedoc, Catholic and Cathar alike, can scarcely comprehend what is about to befall them. For generations, they have created a culture of relative tolerance where different religious views could coexist. The troubadour courts have celebrated love and beauty rather than dogmatic certainty. The prosperous towns have welcomed Jewish merchants and Cathar craftsmen alike. Now, in the early summer of 1209, writers bring alarming reports north. A vast army is gathering at Lyon under the papal legate Arnaud Amaury, an army bearing the cross on their surcoats, an army coming not to liberate Jerusalem from the infidel, but to purge Christian lands of Christian heresy. As the northern crusaders marched toward the Languedoc in the summer of 1209, local lords scrambled to determine their response. Some hastily proclaim their Catholic orthodoxy. Others prepare for resistance. Many simply hope to remain neutral in the coming conflict. The young Viscount Raymond Roger Trincavel of Béziers, though Catholic himself, refuses to abandon his Cathar subjects to persecution. He strengthens the defenses of his major cities, Béziers and Carcassonne, and appeals for support from his uncle, King Peter II of Aragon. But the overwhelming force approaching from the north will soon test the defenses and resolve of the entire region. The crusading army reaches Béziers on July 21, 1209, and demands the surrender of all heretics in the town. When the citizens refuse to hand over their neighbors, the crusaders launch an assault. They breach the defenses unexpectedly quickly, and the city falls the same day. What follows becomes one of the most notorious massacres of the medieval period. When asked how to distinguish Catholic from Cathar among the citizens, the papal legate Arnaud Amaury reportedly gives his chilling response: "Kill them all, God will know his own." Whether he truly spoke these words remains disputed, but the result is undeniable. The entire population, estimated between 7,000 and 20,000 people, is slaughtered, and the city burned to the ground. The smoke rising from Béziers sends a terrifying message across the Languedoc. The Crusaders move next to Carcassonne, where Viscount Trincavel attempts to negotiate. After a 2-week siege in the August heat, with water running short, Trincavel agrees to discuss terms. In an act of treachery, he is seized during the parley, imprisoned, and dies mysteriously in his cell months later at age 24. The citizens of Carcassonne are allowed to leave with only the clothes they wear. The northern French nobleman, Simon de Montfort, is appointed the new Viscount, beginning the systematic replacement of the southern nobility with northern lords, loyal to both crown and church. As the military campaign continues through 1209 and into subsequent years, a parallel effort unfolds: the establishment of the mechanisms of Inquisition to identify and eliminate Cathar believers. Dominican friars develop systematic questioning techniques to uncover secret Cathars. Suspects are arrested, interrogated, and required to name others who share their beliefs. Penalties range from wearing yellow crosses to identify former heretics to imprisonment, and for the unrepentant, death by burning. The meticulous records kept by these early inquisitors provide historians with unusual insight into medieval village life and religious beliefs, even as they chronicle a system of terror that turns neighbor against neighbor. The Cathars respond to persecution by developing elaborate secret networks. Perfects travel by night, sheltered by sympathetic households. Meeting places rotate constantly. Passwords and recognition signals evolve. Scriptures and theological texts are hidden in caves, wells, and concealed chambers. Despite the military occupation and growing inquisitorial apparatus, Catharism survives and even thrives in some areas through the 1220s and into the 1230s. The resilience of the faith in the face of overwhelming opposition testifies to the deep spiritual connection many in the Languedoc feel to this alternative vision of Christianity. Local resistance to the Crusaders continues sporadically. Raymond VI and later his son Raymond II of Toulouse lead political and military efforts to reclaim their lands. King Peter II of Aragon concerned about the growing French royal power on his border, intervenes on behalf of the Southerners, but is defeated and killed at the Battle of Muret in 1213. The conflict gradually transforms from a purely religious crusade into a war of northern French expansion into the independent South. By 1226, when King Louis V of France takes personal command of the crusade, the political subjugation of the Languedoc has become the primary objective, with the elimination of heresy an increasingly secondary concern. Throughout these decades of war, cultural destruction accompanies the physical violence. The troubadour courts that had fostered a sophisticated literature celebrating courtly love fall silent. The Occitan language begins its long decline as Northern French is imposed by the new rulers. Local legal customs are replaced by Northern practices. The distinctive civilization of the Languedoc, with its blend of Mediterranean, Iberian, and Provençal influences, suffers wounds from which it will never fully recover. The crusade achieves more than the suppression of a heresy. It effectively ends the development of an alternative southern French cultural identity. The siege of Montségur and the missing gold. As the Albigensian crusade against the Cathars entered its final phase, the mountain fortress of Montségur stood as the last bastion of Cathar resistance in the Languedoc region. Perched dramatically atop a steep limestone peak in the foothills of the Pyrenees, this remote citadel had become home to over 200 Cathar perfecti, their spiritual elite, alongside numerous believers and defenders. The year was 1243, and after decades of brutal persecution, the remaining Cathars had gathered in this seemingly impregnable refuge under the protection of Raymond de Paray, the lord of Montségur. The fortress itself was a marvel of medieval engineering, accessible only by a treacherous path that wound its way up the mountainside. With sheer drops on three sides and a single narrow approach that could be easily defended, Montségur had earned its reputation as the synagogue of Satan among Catholic forces. In this isolated sanctuary, the Cathars continued their religious practices, conducted ordination ceremonies, and most importantly, safeguarded their greatest treasures, both spiritual and material, away from the prying eyes of their persecutors. When the royal seneschal of Carcassonne, Hugh des Arcis, arrived at the foot of Montségur in May 1243 with a substantial force, he knew that a direct assault would be futile. Instead, he settled his troops for a prolonged siege, cutting off all supplies to the mountain fortress. The siege began during the warm spring days, but as summer turned to autumn and then to the bitter winter of the Pyrenees, conditions grew increasingly harsh for those trapped within the fortress walls. Food reserves dwindled, disease spread among the weakened defenders, and hope of rescue faded with each passing week. Despite these hardships, the Cathars held out through the winter months with remarkable resilience. Their faith sustained them through hunger and cold, their belief in the ultimate triumph of good over evil unshaken, even as their physical circumstances deteriorated. The military commander of the fortress, Peter Roger of Mirepoix, organized valiant defense efforts that repeatedly repelled Catholic attempts to scale the mountain. But in January 1244, the tide turned decisively against the defenders when Gascon mercenaries discovered a hidden path that led to a position overlooking the fortress. With this strategic advantage, the besiegers were able to establish a trebuchet platform above one section of the fortress. The Cathars now faced the inevitable. By February, it had become clear that Montségur would fall. Peter Roger negotiated surrender terms with Hugh des Arcis. The garrison would surrender the fortress, but would be allowed a 15-day truce before the final capitulation. This strange request was granted by the Catholic forces, creating one of the enduring mysteries of the Cathar story. What transpired during those 15 days within the walls of Montségur has fueled centuries of speculation. According to accounts that have survived, the truce period was one of intense activity and preparation within Montségur. The perfecti spent days in prayer and fasting, conducting ceremonies to prepare themselves for their impending martyrdom. For the Catholic Church had made its position clear. Those who renounced their Cathar faith would be spared, but those who remained steadfast would face death by fire. For the perfecti who had dedicated their lives to spiritual purity, renouncing their beliefs was unthinkable, even in the face of certain death. But amidst this spiritual preparation, another operation was apparently underway, one shrouded in secrecy and executed with precision. On the night of March 16, 1244, just hours before the final surrender, 4 Cathar men were lowered by ropes down the sheer southern face of the mountain, the side furthest from the besieging forces. With them went a precious cargo, described in contemporary accounts simply as the treasure of the Church of the Heretics. These 4 men disappeared into the darkness of the Pyrenean night, taking with them whatever comprised this mysterious Cathar treasure. What exactly constituted this treasure has been the subject of intense debate among historians and treasure hunters alike. The most straightforward interpretation suggests it was material wealth, gold, silver, precious stones, and coins accumulated by the Cathars through donations from wealthy believers. The Cathars had operated throughout southern France for generations, with many nobles and merchants among their followers. It is not unreasonable to imagine they had amassed considerable material wealth that they would not wish to fall into the hands of their persecutors. Yet some scholars suggest the treasure may have been primarily spiritual or documentary in nature. The Cathars possessed their own religious texts, including unique translations of the New Testament and books containing their theological teachings. These would have been invaluable to the continuation of their faith. Some have even suggested that the Cathars may have possessed ancient knowledge or relics inherited from earlier Gnostic traditions, perhaps even texts or artifacts that contradicted official church doctrine in ways that would have been explosive if revealed. More fanciful theories have linked the Cathar treasure to the Holy Grail, suggesting that the pure living perfecti were the true guardians of this mystical object. Other speculation connects the treasure to the Knights Templar, who were active in the region at the time and would face their own destruction at the hands of the French crown some 60 years later. Could the Templars have provided assistance to the escaping Cathars, helping to secret away their treasure? The timing of the Templars' own fall and the persistent rumors of their hidden wealth have led many to wonder if there might be a connection. Whatever the nature of the treasure, the fate of the 4 men who escaped with it remains unknown. The most persistent local legend suggests they made their way to the nearby caves of Sabarthès, a vast network of limestone caverns that could provide both shelter and hiding places. The Ariège region is riddled with such caves, many of which have yielded evidence of prehistoric habitation, but might also have served as perfect repositories for treasures meant to remain hidden from the world. Other theories suggest the men might have journeyed further afield, perhaps to northern Italy, where Cathar communities continued to exist. The day after the escape, on March 16, 1244, the surrender of Montségur was completed. More than 200 perfecti, both men and women, refused to renounce their faith and were marched down the mountain to a field below where a massive pyre had been prepared. Contemporary accounts describe how these Cathars walked voluntarily to their deaths, singing hymns as they approached the flames. Not a single one recanted, even when offered one final chance at salvation. This mass execution marked the effective end of organized Catharism in the Languedoc, though pockets of believers would persist in remote areas for several more decades. In the centuries that followed, the legend of the Cathar treasure grew, fueled by the romantic image of the doomed heretics and their last desperate mission to preserve something of immense value. The wild, rugged landscape of the Ariège, with its deep forests, hidden valleys, and labyrinthine cave systems, seemed the perfect setting for such a mystery. By the 19th century, treasure hunters had begun systematically exploring the region, searching for any sign of the long-lost Cathar gold. Their efforts were largely unsuccessful, though occasional discoveries of medieval coins or artifacts would periodically reignite interest in the search. One particularly tantalizing lead emerged in the early 20th century when a local shepherd claimed to have discovered an ancient underground chamber near Montségur containing strange inscriptions and a sealed stone chest. Before he could return with witnesses, however, he fell ill and died, taking the location of his discovery with him. Whether this story represents fact or folklore is impossible to determine, but it exemplifies the way the Cathar treasure has remained alive in local imagination, always seemingly just beyond reach. The historian Zoe Oldenburg, who extensively researched the Cathars, suggested that if material treasure did exist, it most likely consisted of finances intended to support Cathar communities in exile, rather than ceremonial objects or religious artifacts. This practical interpretation aligns with what we know of Cathar values, which emphasized spiritual rather than material concerns. The Perfectum themselves lived lives of austere simplicity, renouncing worldly possessions and comforts. Material wealth would have been primarily valuable to them as a means of ensuring the survival of their faith tradition. In the mid-20th century, the mystery gained new life through the work of French surrealist poet and theatrical director Antonin Artaud. During a visit to the ruins of Montségur in 1937, Artaud claimed to have experienced powerful visions related to the Cathar treasure. He became convinced that the Cathars had possessed an object of immense spiritual power, which he identified with the Holy Grail, and that this object remained hidden somewhere in the vicinity of Montségur, waiting for the right person to discover it. His writings on the subject, though highly subjective, captured the imagination of a new generation. The Nazi regime also developed an interest in the Cathar mystery. In 1940, German archaeologist Otto Rahn, who had been researching connections between the Cathars and the Holy Grail, was recruited by Heinrich Himmler's SS Ahnenerbe organization, which investigated supposedly ancient Germanic traditions. Rahn led expeditions to the Cathar regions, searching for both material treasures and evidence that might connect Cathar beliefs to Germanic paganism. Though these expeditions yielded no significant discoveries, they added another layer to the legend's complex history. Modern archaeological work at Montségur has provided a more scientific perspective on the site, but has yielded little evidence regarding the treasure. Excavations have uncovered artifacts of daily life, pottery, tools, weapons, but nothing that would suggest extraordinary wealth or religious objects of unique significance. What has emerged is a clearer picture of the hardships endured by the fortress's inhabitants during the siege, with evidence of makeshift repairs, repurposed materials, and increasingly desperate measures to maintain the defense of their mountain stronghold. Perhaps the true significance of the Cathar treasure lies not in gold or relics, but in what it represents, the endurance of alternative spiritual traditions in the face of overwhelming persecution. The Cathars themselves, with their belief in the ultimate triumph of light over darkness, might find a certain satisfaction in knowing that centuries after their physical annihilation, their story continues to inspire and intrigue. Their greatest treasure may have been their courage and their commitment to what they believed was a purer form of Christianity, one that rejected the worldly power and material wealth of the medieval church. And yet, somewhere in the wild landscapes of the Ariege, in a forgotten cave or buried beneath centuries of accumulated soil, physical remnants of the Cathar treasure might still remain, waiting, like so many medieval mysteries, for chance or persistence to bring them back into the light of day. Until such a discovery occurs, the treasure of the Cathars will continue to exist primarily in the realm of legend, a tantalizing historical puzzle that invites us to imagine what those four men carried away into the darkness, and what secrets they took with them when they, like their treasure, vanished into the mists of history. The Green Children of Woolpit. Strangers from another world. In the soft golden light of a medieval English afternoon, beneath a sky painted with gentle brushstrokes of azure and pearl, lies the small village of Woolpit in Suffolk. The year is 1135, or perhaps 1144. The chronicles are uncertain on this matter, the exact date lost to the whispers of time. The village carries on with its quiet existence, nestled among rolling hills and ancient woodlands, a place where the rhythms of life change little from season to season, from generation to generation. Here the farmers tend their fields, the blacksmith works his forge, and children play in dusty lanes between thatched cottages. Woolpit derives its name from the wolf pits dug around the settlement in earlier times, defensive measures against the wild predators that once prowled the surrounding forests. By the 12th century, these pits served more as reminders of an older, wilder England than as necessary protection. The village belongs to the Abbey of Bury St. Edmunds, a powerful Benedictine monastery that oversees much of the surrounding countryside. Under the abbey's administration, life in Woolpit follows the turning of the agricultural calendar, the celebration of Christian festivals, and the payment of tithes to their ecclesiastical lords. On this particular day, a group of harvesters is working in the fields when their labor is interrupted by an unexpected discovery. Near the mouth of one of the ancient wolf pits, something stirs, not the movement of an animal, but the emergence of two small figures. Children, it seems, but unlike any the villagers have ever seen before. The workers fall silent, tools suspended in mid-air as they stare in growing astonishment. For the children climbing out of the pit have skin the color of fresh leaves in spring, a deep, vibrant green that covers every visible inch of their bodies. The harvesters cross themselves hurriedly, some muttering prayers against evil spirits. In this age of deep faith and deeper superstition, such an apparition can only mean something supernatural. Are these fairy children abandoned by their otherworldly kin? Demons sent to test the faithful? Or perhaps lost souls in need of Christian charity? The field workers approach cautiously, noting more details as they draw nearer. The children, a boy and a girl, appear to be siblings. The boy seems younger, perhaps around 6 or 7 years of age, while the girl might be a few years older. Their clothing is unusual, made of unfamiliar material in a strange style that none of the villagers recognize. Some accounts later describe the fabric as shimmering slightly, with a weave unknown in English textile work. But it is not only their green skin and strange garments that mark them as different. When one of the braver harvesters addresses them, asking where they come from and how they found themselves in the wolf pit, the children respond in a language no one has ever heard before, not French nor Latin, nor any dialect of English known in the region. The rhythm of their speech is melodious yet alien, with sounds that seem to slide and flow in patterns unfamiliar to English ears. The children appear distressed, their eyes wide with confusion and fear. They cling to each other, the boy especially, seeming weak and disoriented. Though communication is impossible, the basic human instinct to help children in distress overcomes the villagers' fear of the unknown. The harvesters decide to bring the green children to the village where Sir Richard de Calne, the local landowner, might know what to do with such unusual foundlings. As they walk toward the village, the harvesters notice that the children move with a strange gait, almost as if unused to walking on solid ground. The girl keeps a protective arm around her brother, who stumbles frequently. They appear malnourished, their green faces gaunt with hunger. Yet, when offered bread from a harvester's lunch, they refuse to eat it, showing no recognition of this staple food. This further convinces some of the villagers that these children must truly come from another world, a place where even bread is unknown. Word spreads quickly through Woolpit, and by the time the harvesters arrive with their strange charges, a crowd has gathered in the village center. Mothers pull their own children close, old men mutter about omens and signs, and the parish priest is summoned to offer guidance. The green children are brought to the manor house of Sir Richard de Calne, a man known for his learning and judicious temperament. As lord of the manor under the abbey's authority, it falls to him to determine what should be done with these mysterious visitors. Sir Richard observes the children with scholarly interest rather than superstitious fear. He orders food to be brought for them, various dishes from his kitchen that might tempt their appetite. The green children refuse most offerings, sniffing at cooked meats and vegetables with expressions of distaste. But when raw beans still in their pods are presented, a change comes over them. Their eyes light with recognition, and they eagerly reach for this food, devouring the uncooked beans with obvious relief and pleasure. For several days, the green children will eat nothing but raw beans, consuming them with an urgency that suggests long hunger. Sir Richard, intrigued rather than repulsed by their strangeness, orders that they be treated with kindness. He assigns servants to care for them and begins the patient process of trying to communicate. The manor becomes a place of fascination for the local community, with people coming to catch a glimpse of the green children who emerged from the earth like figures from an old folk tale. The boy, however, does not thrive despite Sir Richard's care. Whatever journey or ordeal brought the children to Woolpit has taken a greater toll on him than on his sister. He grows progressively weaker, his green complexion becoming paler, but never losing its unusual hue. Christian charity dictates that he should be baptized before death, and so the local priest performs this sacrament, the boy too weak to protest or perhaps understand what is happening. Shortly afterward, he succumbs to his mysterious ailment and is buried in the churchyard of Woolpit. The girl, now alone, continues under Sir Richard's protection. As weeks pass, a subtle change becomes noticeable. Her green coloration, once so vibrant, begins to fade gradually. Whether due to exposure to sunlight, changes in diet, or some other factor, her skin slowly transitions toward a more normal human complexion. This transformation further puzzles those observing her, adding another layer to the mystery of her origin. Is the green skin a sign of illness, now healing? A natural characteristic of her kind that changes with age or environment? As her physical appearance becomes less extraordinary, the girl also begins to adapt in other ways. She starts to learn individual English words, though she struggles with pronunciation. Sir Richard, who has developed a paternal interest in her welfare, patiently works to teach her the language of her new home. It is a slow process, complicated by whatever linguistic patterns are ingrained from her mother tongue, but gradually communication becomes possible in simple terms. The servants note that she watches them intently, mimicking their actions as she learns the customs of this strange new world. Meals present ongoing challenges. Though the girl eventually accepts cooked food, she approaches English cuisine with obvious reservation. She continues to prefer raw vegetables and fruits, particularly beans, which she still eats with special enthusiasm. She seems baffled by certain common foods, handling bread as if it were a foreign object, and showing particular discomfort with salted foods, which make her grimace with disgust. These preferences further fuel speculation about where she might have come from, a place where salt is unknown and bread not a dietary staple. The changing seasons appear to confuse and sometimes distress her. During her first winter in Woolpit, she stares at falling snow with an expression of absolute wonder and terror, as if she has never encountered this phenomenon before. She wraps herself in layers of clothing and stays near the hearth, watching the white world outside with suspicious eyes. Similarly, the shorter days and longer nights of winter seem to disturb her natural rhythms, suggesting she comes from a place with different patterns of light and darkness. Questions about her homeland naturally arise as her command of English improves. Where did she come from? How did she and her brother find themselves in the wolf pit? What manner of place produces people with green skin who speak an unknown language? At first, her answers are difficult to interpret, limited by her rudimentary grasp of English and perhaps by concepts that have no easy translation. But gradually, a strange tale emerges, pieced together from her halting descriptions, a story that does little to resolve the mystery and much to deepen it. She speaks of a homeland called St. Martin's Land, a place where the light is different, neither as bright nor as direct as the sunlight of England. When pressed about where this land might be located, she gestures vaguely, saying only that she and her brother came from a place of permanent twilight. In her description, St. Martin's Land exists in a kind of perpetual dusk, where the sun never fully rises above the horizon, but hovers in a state of eternal setting. The people there, she indicates, all have the same green skin that marked her and her brother as different in England. The girl describes a river or chasm that she and her brother were following, having wandered away from their flock of animals they were tending. They came upon the mouth of a cave from which they heard the sound of bells, a sound that apparently fascinated and drew them forward. Following the distant ringing, they entered the cave and walked for what seemed a very long time in darkness. Eventually, they emerged into blinding light, finding themselves in the wolf pit where the harvesters discovered them. The sunlight of England, so normal to the villagers, had been painfully bright to children accustomed to twilight. Adaptation and enigmas. The younger of the two green children, the boy, did not live long after being discovered in the village of Woolpit. His death came despite the care provided by Sir Richard de Calne and his household. The boy had become increasingly frail and melancholy upon arriving in this strange world. He rarely ate, refused most foods offered to him, and seemed to wither away like a plant torn from its native soil. Within a year of the children's discovery, the boy succumbed to an unknown illness, leaving his sister alone to face this bewildering new existence. The girl's adaptation, however, would prove to be a remarkable story of resilience and transformation. After her brother's passing, the girl remained in the care of Sir Richard de Calne, who took a particular interest in her welfare. Initially, she ate nothing but raw beans, refusing the bread, meats, and other foods common to the medieval English diet. She would seek out bean plants wherever she could find them, often pulling them from the ground herself. After some months, however, she gradually began to try other foods. At first, it was small bits of bread dipped in water, then eventually other staples of the household meals. Her diet expanded slowly until she was eating the same foods as everyone else in the household. More remarkable than her dietary adjustment was the gradual fading of her green skin. Contemporary accounts describe how, over the course of several years, the unusual hue diminished. William of Newburgh, who documented the story in his Historia Rerum Anglicarum around 1189, noted that the girl's skin eventually took on the appearance of normal English complexion. This transformation coincided with her adaptation to the local diet, suggesting to medieval minds a connection between what she consumed and her physical appearance. Modern scholars speculate that the initial green tint might have been caused by malnutrition, perhaps a dietary deficiency, or illness that cleared as she received proper nourishment. Language presented another significant barrier to the girl's integration. When first discovered, she and her brother spoke in what was described as an unintelligible tongue, unlike any known to the people of Suffolk. Under Sir Richard's care, the girl was exposed continuously to the local dialect of Middle English. Children's natural aptitude for language acquisition served her well, and gradually she began to comprehend and then speak the language of her new home. Within a few years, she had become fluent enough to communicate her extraordinary story to those around her. What the girl revealed about her origins only deepened the mystery surrounding the green children. She explained that she and her brother had come from a place called St. Martin's Land, where the sun never fully rose and the land existed in a perpetual twilight. She described a green-hued world where all inhabitants shared their emerald skin tone. According to her account, they had been tending their father's herds when they heard the sound of bells. Following the sound, they found themselves at the mouth of a cave. Curious, they entered and wandered through a long, dark passage. The tunnel stretched onward, the girl explained, until they emerged into the blinding light of Woolpit on that summer day. The brightness of our sun was painful to them, causing confusion and fear. Before they could retreat back into the passage, they were discovered by the reapers. When asked if she wished to return to her homeland, the girl reportedly expressed no desire to do so, having become accustomed to her new life in the brightness of this world. Whether she could have found her way back remained uncertain, as she claimed not to know the location of the cave entrance that had brought them here. As the years passed, the girl continued her remarkable transformation. She was baptized into the Christian faith, taking a new name, though historical records disagree on whether she was called Agnes or Agnes Emma. By all accounts, she adapted completely to English life, eventually marrying a man from King's Lynn in Norfolk. Some accounts suggest he was a royal official named Richard Barr, while others describe him simply as a local man of some standing. Records indicate she lived a long life thereafter, bearing children and becoming fully integrated into medieval English society. Various theories have emerged over the centuries to explain the green children of Woolpit. One of the earliest rational explanations, proposed in the 17th century, suggested they were the children of Flemish immigrants who had settled in eastern England. During the civil wars of King Stephen's reign, 1135-1154, many Flemings were killed by the local population. Perhaps these children had been orphaned, wandered into the woods in their distress, and become disoriented. Their strange language might have been Flemish, and their green color the result of malnutrition or disease. This explanation, however, fails to account for several aspects of the story. The children's description of their homeland as perpetually dim contradicts what Flemish children would have known. The tunnel through which they claim to have traveled has no obvious parallel in the Flemish experience. Additionally, it seems unlikely that local English villagers would have been entirely unfamiliar with Flemish, given the substantial immigrant population in the region. The mystery deepened rather than resolved with this attempted rational explanation. Modern scholars have proposed more fantastical interpretations. Some suggest the children might have emerged from a subterranean world, with their green skin developing due to lack of sunlight and a diet of whatever grows underground. The description of St. Martin's Land as Twilit could align with an underground existence. Others propose they may have come from another dimension or parallel world, pointing to the tunnel as a passage between realities. The green skin in this interpretation would be a natural characteristic of beings from this other realm. In the context of medieval belief systems, such an explanation would not have seemed impossible. The medieval worldview accepted the existence of fairies, elves, and other supernatural beings who might inhabit parallel worlds adjacent to our own. The boundaries between these worlds were thought to be permeable under certain conditions. Stories of humans crossing into fairy realms were common in medieval folklore, though accounts of beings from these other worlds crossing into ours were less frequent. The green children might have represented such a crossing. Some historians approach the story from a different angle, seeing it as a folk tale with symbolic meaning rather than a literal account. The green color of the children could represent their wild, uncivilized nature, green being associated with wildness and the natural world in medieval symbolism, their journey from darkness to light, from speaking an unknown language to adopting English, from eating only beans to consuming a normal diet, mirrors the journey from paganism to Christianity or from wilderness to civilization. The symbolic reading gains credence when considering that the 12th century was a period of significant cultural transformation in England. The Norman conquest was still reshaping English society. and cultural assimilation was an ongoing process. The story of strange outsiders being incorporated into English society might reflect broader social anxieties and aspirations of the time. This interpretation sees the green children not as literal beings, but as allegorical figures representing the other being absorbed into medieval English culture. Anthropologists have noted similarities between the Woolpit tale and stories from various cultures about green people or beings from underground realms. These parallel myths suggest the possibility that the Green Children story draws on archetypal narrative patterns rather than historical events. However, unlike most folk tales, the Green Children story comes with specific details, named witnesses, a particular location, and the historian William of Newburgh's claimed to have spoken with people who had direct knowledge of the events. Medical explanations offer another perspective. The green tint could have resulted from hypochromic anemia, a condition that can give the skin a greenish hue. Another possibility is arsenic poisoning, which can cause similar discoloration. Both conditions could be remedied by improved nutrition, explaining the girls' gradual return to normal coloration. Their strange behavior and limited diet might indicate psychological trauma or developmental issues that improved with care and time in a stable environment. For the villagers of Woolpit, who encountered these strange children in their midst, the experience must have challenged their understanding of the world. Medieval communities were generally isolated, with limited exposure to outside cultures or unusual phenomena. The appearance of green-skinned children speaking an unknown language would have seemed miraculous or terrifying. That they accepted the children rather than harming them speaks to the complex interplay of curiosity, compassion, and Christian values in medieval society. Whatever the truth behind the Green Children of Woolpit, their story has endured as one of the most enigmatic tales from medieval England. The girls' successful integration into society represents a remarkable journey of adaptation. From a strange, green-skinned child who could not communicate or eat local food, she transformed into a wife and mother living a normal English life. Her brother's fate, early death in a strange land, serves as a poignant counterpoint, highlighting both the fragility and resilience of human existence when confronted with radical displacement. A king's downfall. The medieval period stands as a testament to power struggles, political intrigue, and the sometimes violent transfer of royal authority. Perhaps no tale exemplifies these elements more dramatically than the downfall of King Edward II of England. In the early 14th century, the English throne witnessed one of the most tumultuous transitions of power in its long history. Edward II, son of the formidable warrior King Edward I, would face a fate that few monarchs had encountered before: deposition at the hands of his own wife and her lover, followed by imprisonment and a death shrouded in mystery and conflicting accounts. As the summer evening light fades beyond your window, let us journey back to medieval England, to castles of stone and court intrigues that would eventually lead to tragedy. The story of Edward II begins not with his death, but with his life, a reign marked by favorites, factions, and fateful decisions that would eventually seal his doom. His story unfolds against a backdrop of baronial opposition, military defeats, and personal relationships that crossed the acceptable boundaries of medieval kingship. The narrative of Edward's downfall is a slow-moving river, winding through years of mounting tensions, momentary reconciliations, and eventual catastrophe. As you rest and listen, imagine the cool stone walls of medieval castles, the whispered conversations in torch-lit corridors, and the gradual erosion of a king's authority until he stood alone, abandoned by nearly all who had once sworn fealty to him. This is a tale not merely of political failure, but of human frailty, misplaced trust, and the heavy consequences that befall those who rule unwisely. Edward II came to the throne in 1307, following the death of his father, Edward I, known as the Hammer of the Scots for his relentless campaigns against Scotland. The contrast between father and son could scarcely have been more pronounced. Where Edward I had been a warrior king, decisive and commanding, Edward II showed little interest in the martial aspects of kingship that medieval nobility so valued. Instead, the young king preferred rustic pursuits, swimming, rowing, thatching, and the company of common laborers, activities deemed inappropriate for a medieval monarch. These unusual interests might have been overlooked had Edward proven an effective ruler in other respects. But from the beginning, his reign was troubled by his excessive attachment to male favorites who received extraordinary powers and privileges. The first and most notorious of these was Piers Gaveston, a Gascon knight of moderate birth who had been a companion of Edward's youth. Upon becoming king, Edward immediately recalled Gaveston from exile. His father had banished him due to his influence over the young prince, and elevated him to the earldom of Cornwall, a title typically reserved for members of the royal family. Gaveston's elevation and Edward's obvious affection for him, whether romantic in nature or an intense friendship, remains debated by historians, immediately alienated the powerful nobility of England. The barons were scandalized not only by the relationship itself, but by Gaveston's arrogant behavior and the insulting nicknames he bestowed upon them. The Earl of Lincoln became Burst Belly. The Earl of Pembroke was Joseph the Jew, and the Earl of Warwick, the Black Dog of Arden. Such mockery from a man they considered an upstart was intolerable. The reign continued with a pattern of exile and return for Gaveston, with Edward repeatedly forced by his barons to send his favorite away, only to recall him once pressure had subsided. The king's marriage to Isabella of France in 1308, daughter of Philip the Fulford, did nothing to change his attachment to Gaveston. At the wedding festivities, Edward reportedly paid more attention to Gaveston than to his new bride, a slight that the proud Isabella would neither forget nor forgive. The queen's alienation from her husband would prove a crucial factor in his eventual downfall. The baronial opposition to Edward coalesced around a group of magnates known as the Lords Ordainer, who sought to impose constraints on the king's authority and remove Gaveston permanently from his side. Their opportunity came in 1312, when Gaveston, once again in exile and once again recalled by the king, was captured by the Earl of Pembroke. While in the custody of Pembroke, Gaveston was seized by the Earl of Warwick, the black dog he had mocked, and executed on Blacklow Hill, near Warwick, on June 19, 1312. Edward was devastated by Gaveston's death and vowed revenge on the barons responsible, particularly Warwick. However, his position was too weak to act immediately against them. The early years of his reign had already been marked by military failure in Scotland, where Robert Bruce had been steadily reconquering territory won by Edward I. The king's ineffectual leadership and lack of military acumen became painfully apparent at the catastrophic Battle of Bannockburn in 1314, where the English army suffered a humiliating defeat despite superior numbers. The years following Bannockburn were marked by natural disasters and political instability. Great floods in 1315 led to the Great Famine of 1315 to 1317, bringing tremendous suffering to the common people of England. Edward's inability to address these crises effectively further undermined his authority. Into this volatile situation stepped Hugh Despenser the younger and his father, Hugh Despenser the elder, who gradually replaced Gaveston as the king's new favorites. Like Gaveston before them, the Despensers amassed lands, wealth, and power through their influence over Edward. Unlike Gaveston, however, the Despensers were more politically astute and used their position to build a network of allies and dependents. They were particularly aggressive in their land grabbing in the Welsh marches, which brought them into conflict with other powerful marcher lords, including Roger Mortimer, Lord of Wigmore. The aggressive expansion of the Despensers' power and their manipulation of royal authority for their personal gain eventually triggered a baronial revolt known as the Despenser War of 1321-1322. Initially, the barons forced Edward to exile the Despensers, but unlike with Gaveston, Edward was able to rally support, defeat the baronial opposition, and recall his favorites. The years 1322 to 1326 marked the height of Despenser power and the most tyrannical period of Edward's reign. The king and his favorites executed or imprisoned many of their opponents, confiscated vast estates, and ruled through intimidation. Among those forced to flee was Roger Mortimer, who escaped from the Tower of London in 1323 and made his way to France. In France, Mortimer found a powerful ally in Queen Isabella, who had gone to her homeland in 1325, ostensibly to negotiate between her husband and her brother, the new King Charles IV of France, over the Duchy of Gascony. Isabella had endured years of humiliation, as the Despensers had systematically reduced her income, dismissed her French attendants, and even taken custody of her lands. Moreover, Hugh Despenser the Younger was said to have come between the royal couple physically, insisting on being present in their private chambers. Once in France, Isabella refused to return to England as long as the Despensers held sway over her husband. She also refused to allow her son, the young Prince Edward, later Edward III, to return alone, fearing he would be used as a hostage to force her compliance. Gradually, Isabella and Mortimer's relationship evolved from a political alliance to a romantic one, scandalizing both the French and English courts. King Charles, embarrassed by his sister's obvious affair with an English exile, asked them to leave France. Isabella and Mortimer moved to Hainault in the Low Countries, where they secured the support of Count William of Hainault by arranging a future marriage between Prince Edward and the Count's daughter, Philippa. With Hainault's financial and military backing, Isabella and Mortimer prepared an invasion force to overthrow Edward II and the Despensers. Their propaganda portrayed them not as rebels, but as liberators coming to free England from the tyranny of evil counselors who had led the king astray. On September 24, 1326, Isabella and Mortimer landed at Orwell in Suffolk with a small force of Hainault mercenaries. Their gamble paid off spectacularly as the country rose in their support. Edward and the Despensers, caught completely unprepared by the invasion and the overwhelming popular support it received, fled London for the west of England, hoping to find sanctuary in Ireland. The royal party reached Gloucester, but found the way to Ireland blocked. By October, Edward's position had become untenable. As Isabella and Mortimer's forces closed in, the king and the Despensers attempted to escape by ship from Chepstow, but bad weather forced them back to land. Hugh Despenser the Elder was captured at Bristol and summarily executed on October 27th. Edward and Hugh the Younger took refuge in Neath Abbey in Wales before being captured on November 16th. Edward was taken into custody, while Despenser was taken to Hereford for a show trial, followed by a traitor's death, hanged, drawn, and quartered in the marketplace on November 24, 1326. With Edward captured and the Despensers eliminated, Isabella and Mortimer convened a parliament at Westminster in January 1327. The question now became what to do with the king. Deposition of an anointed monarch was almost unprecedented in medieval Europe, where kings were believed to rule by divine right. Nevertheless, under pressure from Isabella and Mortimer, Parliament was persuaded to depose Edward II in favor of his son. A delegation was sent to Kenilworth Castle, where Edward was being held, to obtain his abdication, Faced with the choice between abdication or having his son disinherited, Edward reluctantly agreed to surrender his crown. On January 20th, 1327, the 14-year-old Prince Edward was proclaimed King Edward III, with Isabella and Mortimer serving as regents due to his youth. The deposed Edward II, stripped of his royal authority but still a potential rallying point for opposition, was first held at Kenilworth Castle in the custody of his cousin Henry of Lancaster, who treated him with the respect due to a former king. However, Isabella and Mortimer soon became concerned about plots to free Edward and restore him to the throne. In April 1327, custody of the former king was transferred from the relatively benevolent Lancaster to two men known to be loyal to Mortimer, Sir John Maltravers and Sir Thomas Berkeley. Edward was moved to Berkeley Castle in Gloucestershire, where his conditions deteriorated markedly. No longer treated as a former king, but as a common prisoner, Edward's fate now rested in the hands of his enemies, far from the centers of power, and from those who might still have sympathy for him, murder or escape. The death of King Edward II of England stands as one of the most controversial royal endings in medieval European history. The traditional account tells us of a gruesome murder within the damp stone walls of Berkeley Castle. Yet, persistent alternative theories suggest the deposed king may have escaped his prison and lived out his days in peaceful exile. As darkness fell over Berkeley Castle on that fateful September night in 1327, few could have imagined that nearly 7 centuries later, historians would still debate the true fate of the fallen monarch. The official chronicle of Edward's demise comes primarily from the account written by Geoffrey Le Baker some 30 years after the event. According to this narrative, Edward's captors, fearing that his continued existence posed a threat to the new regime of his son Edward III and Queen Isabella, devised a method of execution that would leave no visible marks upon the royal body. On the night of September 21st, Edward was allegedly held down upon his bed, while a red-hot copper rod was inserted through a horn into his anus, burning his internal organs but leaving no external evidence of foul play. This horrific account served several purposes for the chroniclers of the time. It provided a suitably terrible end for a king widely considered to have failed in his royal duties. Medieval thought often connected the manner of one's death with divine judgment. Edward's supposed punishment through his private parts symbolically addressed the accusations of sodomy and inappropriate relationships that had plagued his reign, particularly his close bond with favorites Piers Gaveston and later Hugh Despenser the Younger. The official announcement made after Edward's death stated simply that he had died of natural causes. His body was displayed publicly in Berkeley before being transported to Gloucester Abbey for burial, where his magnificent tomb can still be visited today. The public viewing supposedly confirmed his identity, though some historians note that the face of the corpse was covered, and few were allowed close inspection. This controlled presentation has fueled speculation that perhaps the body wasn't Edward's at all, but rather a convenient substitute. Yet compelling evidence exists that challenges the traditional narrative. In 1330, Edward III executed Roger Mortimer, his mother's lover, and the man who had orchestrated his father's deposition. The young king publicly accused Mortimer of having murdered Edward II, suggesting that at this point, the official story was indeed that the former king had been killed. However, Edward III never specifically accused anyone of the murder method described by chroniclers, raising questions about whether he believed this account. The Fieschi letter, discovered in the 1870s in Italian archives, presents the most intriguing alternative to the murder theory. Written around 1336 by Manuela Fieschi, a papal notary and distant relative of Edward II, the letter claims to reveal the true fate of the deposed king. According to this document, Edward escaped from Berkeley Castle with the help of a friendly servant, leaving a corpse in his place. He then allegedly traveled through Ireland, France, and Germany before settling in Italy, where he lived as a hermit until his death. Supporters of the escape theory point to several curious events that followed Edward's supposed death. In 1330, a man named William the Welshman was executed for claiming to be the former king. In 1338, another man in Germany insisted he was the deposed monarch, causing enough political concern that Edward III had to issue formal denials. Most significantly, rumors persisted at the papal court that Edward II was alive years after his reported death, with some diplomatic communications showing uncertainty about his fate. The financial records of Edward III's government reveal further anomalies. The young king continued to send large sums of money to his father's tomb in Gloucester for years after the death, an unusually generous provision for memorial masses even by medieval standards. More curiously, in 1338, Edward III sent envoys on a secret mission to speak with the Pope about a matter concerning his father, over a decade after Edward II's supposed death. Lords Thomas Berkeley and John Maltravers, Edward's captors at Berkeley Castle, experienced strangely different fates. Berkeley, when questioned in Parliament about Edward's death, claimed he had been away from the castle during the critical period due to illness, a convenient absence. Maltravers fled England after Mortimer's fall from power and lived in exile for decades, eventually receiving a pardon in his old age. Some historians question whether this lenient treatment might have been a reward for his role in facilitating Edward's escape, rather than punishment for complicity in his murder. Examination of Edward II's tomb at Gloucester Cathedral has provided inconclusive evidence. When the tomb was opened in 1855, the body inside appeared well preserved, with no obvious signs of the violent death described in chronicles. However, modern forensic techniques were not available for a proper examination at that time. The skull showed no damage, which aligned with the official murder account claiming no visible wounds, but this also supports the possibility that another body might rest within the ornate tomb. Another puzzling piece of evidence comes from letters written years after Edward's supposed death. A letter dated 1338 from Manuel Fieschi to Edward III mentions meeting someone who claimed to be Edward II. Furthermore, there are indications that Edward III may have undertaken a secret journey to Italy in 1338, possibly to meet with someone claiming to be his father. While far from conclusive, these breadcrumbs suggest that at minimum, the royal court had reasons to investigate claims of the former king's survival. The political context of 1327 adds another layer to this medieval mystery. Edward II's wife, Isabella, and her lover Roger Mortimer had seized power, but their position remained precarious. Having the former king securely dead served their interests perfectly. However, actually killing an anointed monarch, even a deposed one, carried spiritual and political risks. Arranging an escape for Edward, provided he agreed to permanent exile and silence, might have been a more palatable solution for all involved, allowing the new regime to announce his death without committing regicide. If Edward did escape, his life afterwards remains largely speculative. The Fieschi letter suggests he lived as a hermit in Italy until his natural death, finding peace in religious contemplation after the tumultuous years of his reign. This narrative of a king renouncing worldly power for spiritual solitude would have resonated with medieval sensibilities, echoing stories of royal saints and penitents. It would have provided Edward with redemption after what many considered a failed reign characterized by military defeats and political misjudgments. The debate over Edward II's fate reflects broader questions about historical certainty. Medieval chronicles, while valuable sources, often mixed fact with moral lessons and political propaganda. The more gruesome the reported death, the more it served as a warning against royal failures. Similarly, rumors of survival could represent either genuine knowledge or wishful thinking by those loyal to the deposed king. The limitations of medieval record-keeping leave spaces, where both possibilities, murder or escape, remain plausible interpretations. Modern historians remain divided on the question. Some, like Ian Mortimer, find the evidence for Edward's survival compelling enough to challenge the traditional narrative. Others maintain that, while interesting, the alternative theories lack sufficient evidence to overturn the established account of Edward's murder. The mystery endures partly because it touches on fundamental aspects of medieval kingship, the sacred nature of royal bodies, the traumatic implications of deposing an anointed sovereign, and the political necessity of controlling historical narratives. Edward III's actions provide perhaps the most tantalizing clues. His treatment of his father's memory evolved over time, from initial acceptance of the new regime to eventually overthrowing Mortimer and honoring Edward II with an elaborate tomb. By the later years of his reign, Edward III seemed to demonstrate a curious ambivalence about his father's fate, simultaneously honoring him as a deceased king while pursuing investigations that suggested he might have survived. This contradiction may reflect genuine uncertainty, or perhaps a king maintaining public fiction while privately knowing a different truth. We may never know with absolute certainty what happened in Berkeley Castle in September 1327. The passage of nearly 700 years has obscured much of the evidence that might resolve this medieval enigma. Whether Edward II died screaming in agony at the hands of murderers or slipped away into anonymous exile, his story reminds us that even for kings, the historical record can be manipulated, contested, and ultimately uncertain. The mists of time that shroud Berkeley Castle that night still conceal one of history's most intriguing royal mysteries, leaving us to wonder about the true fate of England's deposed king. The Shroud of Turin, the sacred relic. In the quiet galleries of history, few artifacts have captivated human imagination quite like the Shroud of Turin. This rectangular linen cloth, measuring approximately 14 feet long by 3.5 feet wide, bears the faint image of a man, front and back, who appears to have suffered physical trauma consistent with crucifixion. The image shows a bearded man with long hair, his arms crossed over his loins, with apparent wounds on his wrists, feet, and side. The mysterious cloth has become one of Christianity's most studied and controversial relics, its origins shrouded in the mists of medieval Europe, or perhaps, as some believe, in the very tomb of Jesus Christ himself. The shroud resides today in the Cathedral of St. John the Baptist in Turin, Italy, housed in a special chapel within a sealed, climate-controlled case. It is rarely displayed publicly, typically only a few times each century. When these rare exhibitions occur, millions of pilgrims travel from across the globe to stand before this enigmatic cloth, their faces filled with wonder and reverence as they gaze upon what might be the most studied artifact in human history. A simple piece of linen that has confounded scientists, historians, and the faithful alike for centuries. The first historically documented appearance of the shroud emerges like a ghost from the shadows of the mid-14th century. In the small French village of Lirey, around 1355, a knight named Geoffroy de Charny presented the cloth to the local church, claiming it to be the burial shroud of Jesus Christ. Little is known about how de Charny acquired this remarkable relic. Some accounts suggest it may have been a gift for his service to the French crown, while others propose it was a treasured family heirloom passed down through generations. The medieval mind, ever attuned to the presence of the divine in the material world, quickly embraced this tangible connection to Christianity's central narrative. The presentation of the shroud in Lirey soon drew pilgrims from near and far. Medieval Christianity placed immense value on relics, physical objects associated with Christ, the Virgin Mary, or the saints. These items were believed to channel divine power, capable of performing miracles and offering spiritual benefits to the faithful who venerated them. A relic as significant as the burial cloth of Christ would have been among the most precious treasures imaginable to medieval Europeans who lived in a world where the boundary between the physical and spiritual realms seemed far more permeable than it does today. However, controversy surrounded the shroud almost immediately. The local bishop, Henri de Poitiers, expressed deep skepticism about its authenticity. Church documents reveal his concern that the cloth was being used to extract offerings from credulous pilgrims. By 1389, his successor, Bishop Pierre d'Arcis, wrote a memorandum to Pope Clement VII, claiming that the shroud was cunningly painted and that the artist who created it had been discovered. The Pope did not declare the relic a forgery, but issued restrictions on how it could be displayed, requiring priests to announce that it was not the true burial cloth of Christ, but rather a representation or figure of the original. Despite these early controversies, the veneration of the shroud continued to grow throughout the late medieval period. In 1453, Geoffroy de Charny's granddaughter, Margaret, sold the cloth to Duke Louis XIV of Savoy. This transaction marked the beginning of the House of Savoy's long custodianship of the relic, a responsibility they maintained until 1983, when the former King Umberto II of Italy bequeathed the shroud to the Pope and his successors. While allowing it to remain physically in Turin, the Savoy family moved the cloth to Chambéry, their capital, where it was installed in the Sainte-Chapelle, built specifically to house it. The shroud's journey through the Middle Ages was not without peril. In 1532, a fire broke out in the Sainte-Chapelle in Chambéry. The cloth was stored in a silver reliquary that began to melt in the intense heat. A drop of molten silver burned through multiple layers of the folded cloth, creating symmetrical scorch marks visible today. The cloth was doused with water to save it from complete destruction. Poor Clare nuns later repaired the damage by sewing triangular patches over the burned areas and adding a full-length backing cloth for support. These medieval repairs remain visible on the shroud today, testament to the reverence with which it was treated even then. In 1578, Emmanuel Philibert, Duke of Savoy, transferred the shroud to Turin, which had become the new capital of the Savoy domains. The move was partially motivated by the shorter journey required for Cardinal Charles Borromeo, who had vowed to venerate the relic in thanksgiving for Milan being spared the worst of the plague. The shroud found its permanent home in a chapel specially built to house it within the Cathedral of St. John the Baptist. This transition to Turin gave the cloth its now familiar name, the Shroud of Turin. The physical characteristics of the shroud have puzzled observers since medieval times. The image itself is exceedingly faint, appearing as a yellowish-brown discoloration on the linen. When viewed up close, the image seems to disappear, becoming more visible when observed from a distance, a quality that medieval viewers found mysterious and compelling. The cloth contains not only the image but also various stains. Prominent among these are markings consistent with blood, particularly around the areas corresponding to wounds on the wrists, feet, side, and head. Pollen analysis has identified plant materials from the Jerusalem area embedded in the fibers, though the dating and contamination of these samples remain contested. Medieval observers were particularly struck by the anatomical accuracy of the figure depicted on the cloth. The image shows details of crucifixion that were not commonly portrayed in medieval art. While artistic representations of the crucifixion typically showed nails driven through the palms, the shroud image shows wounds at the wrists, which modern anatomy confirms would be necessary to support the weight of a crucified body. The palms alone would tear. Similarly, the wound in the side and the pattern of blood flows correspond with medical understanding of how blood would behave on a crucified body. The devotional significance of the shroud during the medieval period cannot be overstated. For believers, the cloth represented not just a historical artifact, but a direct witness to Christ's suffering and resurrection. Prayers, hymns, and liturgical observances developed around the veneration of the shroud. Special indulgences, remissions of time and purgatory, were granted to pilgrims who traveled to view it. Artists created countless reproductions, some of which would touch to the original to transfer its sacred power, a practice common with medieval relics. These secondary relics spread devotion to the shroud throughout Europe, expanding its influence far beyond those who could personally travel to see it. The shroud's medieval veneration occurred within a rich tapestry of relic culture. Throughout Europe, cathedrals and churches competed for prestigious relics that would attract pilgrims and their offerings. Fragments of the true cross, thorns from Christ's crown, and bones of saints were housed in elaborate reliquaries. Among these, cloths associated with Christ held special significance. The veil of Veronica, bearing the image of Christ's face, supposedly imprinted when a woman wiped his face on the way to Calvary, shared similarities with the shroud's mystique. Similarly, the sudarium of Oviedo in Spain was believed to be the face cloth mentioned in the Gospel of John. Medieval chroniclers documented public exhibitions of the shroud, describing how the cloth would be displayed from balconies or raised platforms to accommodate the thousands who gathered to view it. These exhibitions were elaborate ceremonial events, often coinciding with important feast days or special ecclesiastical occasions. Accounts tell of the faithful throwing personal items toward the displayed cloth, hoping to create contact relics. Guards were posted not just for security, but to maintain order among the fervent crowds. The intense devotion demonstrated during these exhibitions reveals how deeply the shroud had embedded itself in the spiritual landscape of medieval Christianity. Interestingly, the shroud's existence intersected with the development of religious art during the medieval period. As devotion to the Passion of Christ intensified in the later Middle Ages, artists sought increasingly realistic and emotionally affecting ways to depict his suffering. Some art historians have suggested that the shroud may have influenced artistic representations of Christ, particularly in how his wounds and posture were portrayed. Conversely, others argue that the image on the shroud reflects artistic conventions of its time, pointing to this as evidence of its medieval origin. This complex relationship between the shroud and medieval art remains a fascinating area of study. The medieval period also saw the development of the shroud's veneration through pilgrimage routes and devotional literature. Pilgrim badges, similar to those made for other major pilgrimage sites like Santiago de Compostela or Canterbury, were produced for those who had visited the shroud. Prayer books included special devotions to be said before representations of the shroud. These practices helped to integrate the relic into the wider devotional life of medieval Christians, creating a spiritual ecosystem around this single piece of cloth that extended far beyond those who would ever see the original. The shroud had become not just an object, but a focal point for an entire complex of beliefs, practices, and experiences. By the close of the medieval period, the Shroud of Turin had established itself as one of Christianity's most significant relics. Its journey from obscure origins to prominence reflects the medieval world's deep hunger for tangible connections to the divine. Whether authentic burial cloth or medieval creation, the shroud embodied medieval Christianity's central paradox, the desire to make visible the invisible, to bring the transcendent into the material world. As Europe moved toward the Renaissance, the shroud would face new scrutiny from changing perspectives, but its power to captivate the human imagination had been firmly established during these formative medieval centuries. Divine image or medieval forgery. The Shroud of Turin continues to capture our imagination as we consider a profound question. Does the shroud truly contain the image of Jesus Christ, miraculously transferred at the moment of resurrection? Or is it a clever medieval creation? The scientific examination of the cloth has provided as many questions as answers. While believers see divine evidence, skeptics point to inconsistencies that suggest human artistry rather than supernatural origin. The remarkable photographic negative qualities of the image, only discovered in 1898, further complicate our understanding of this mysterious artifact. The shroud's journey through scientific scrutiny began in earnest in the late 20th century. In 1978, a team of scientists called STIRP, the Shroud of Turin Research Project, conducted extensive testing on the cloth. They examined the image using sophisticated equipment, searching for pigments, paints, or dyes that might indicate a forgery. Surprisingly, they found that the image was not painted onto the cloth. The coloration appeared to be caused by the dehydration and oxidation of the linen fibers themselves. The image's depth penetrated only the topmost fibers of the cloth, less than the width of a human hair. This superficial nature of the image puzzled scientists. If someone had painted the shroud, they would expect to find evidence of pigments or binding agents soaking into the fibers. Instead, the image seemed almost delicately placed upon the surface. Some researchers proposed that the image formation might have involved some form of radiation or energy that scorched the outermost fibers. Believers suggested this could be evidence of the energy released during Christ's resurrection. Skeptics pointed out that medieval artisans were remarkably innovative and could have developed techniques unknown to modern scientists. One of the most controversial scientific examinations of the shroud came in 1988, when 3 independent laboratories performed radiocarbon dating on small samples cut from the cloth. Using accelerator mass spectrometry, the laboratories in Oxford, Zurich, and Arizona dated the linen fibers. The results, published in the prestigious journal Nature, placed the origin of the cloth between 1260 and 1390 CE, squarely in the medieval period, hundreds of years after the time of Christ. This scientific conclusion appeared to definitively classify the shroud as a medieval creation, rather than a first-century burial cloth. The carbon dating results sent shockwaves through both scientific and religious communities. Many believers initially felt disheartened. However, challenges to the radiocarbon testing soon emerged. Critics questioned whether the small corner sample used for testing truly represented the entire cloth. The tested portion might have been a medieval repair, they argued, or could have been contaminated by centuries of handling, fires, or the residue of organic materials that had accumulated on the cloth's surface. The possible presence of bioplastic coating from bacteria and fungi might have skewed the results toward a more recent date. In 2005, chemist Raymond Rogers published a peer-reviewed paper suggesting that the sample used for carbon dating came from a rewoven area of the cloth. He found evidence of cotton fibers and dye in the tested sample, while the main body of the shroud lacked these materials. The cotton found in the tested corner matched a type common in medieval Europe, but was unavailable in ancient Jerusalem. If Rogers was correct, the 1988 carbon dating may have measured only a medieval repair rather than the original cloth. This reopened the possibility of a much earlier origin. Beyond the dating controversy, researchers have been fascinated by the anatomical accuracy of the image. The shroud displays remarkable precision in depicting wounds consistent with Roman crucifixion practices, details that medieval artists typically misrepresented. The image shows nail wounds through the wrists rather than the palms, which aligns with modern understanding that nails through the palms could not support a body's weight. The image also shows signs of scourging that match the Roman flagrum, a whip with metal balls that would have left distinctive marks. Forensic pathologists examining the shroud have noted accurate blood flow patterns consistent with a crucified man. The blood marks on the cloth appear to have been deposited before the body image, suggesting the image formed after the blood had already transferred to the cloth. This sequencing would be difficult for a medieval forger to achieve. Additionally, pollen analysis has identified plant species native to Jerusalem from the time of Christ, although critics argue these could have been introduced during the shroud's later travels or exhibitions in the Holy Land. Those who believe the shroud to be authentic often point to the mysterious three-dimensional information encoded in the image. When the shroud is photographed and the image brightness is plotted as elevation, a remarkably accurate three-dimensional figure emerges. This property is not typically found in paintings or artistic forgeries. Some researchers suggest that this characteristic indicates a radiation source that projected the image onto the cloth with an intensity that varied with distance, perhaps during a burst of energy at the moment of resurrection. Skeptics have proposed several methods by which medieval artisans might have created such a sophisticated forgery. One compelling theory comes from art historian Nicholas Allen, who suggested that the shroud might be the world's first photograph, created centuries before the official invention of photography. Using materials available in the medieval period, silver nitrate, natural acids, and a camera obscura, Allen demonstrated that a primitive photographic technique could produce a similar negative image on linen with three-dimensional encoding properties. French scientist Jacques de Costanzo proposed another possible medieval technique involving a bas-relief sculpture and a cloth laid over it. By applying heat to the sculpture, an artist could create a scorched image on the cloth with the three-dimensional characteristics seen in the shroud. Experimental recreations using this method have produced results that share many properties with the Turin image. Medieval craftsmen, with their sophisticated understanding of natural processes, might have discovered such techniques through experimentation, even without understanding the scientific principles involved. The medieval period witnessed a flourishing trade in religious relics, creating strong financial incentives for forgeries. The first documented appearance of the shroud coincides with this era, displayed in the small French village of Lire around 1355. The local bishop, Pierre d'Arcy, wrote to Pope Clement VII in 1389, claiming that the shroud was cunningly painted and that the artist who created it had confessed. However, the bishop's letter might have been motivated by territorial disputes rather than actual knowledge of forgery. Medieval artisans demonstrated remarkable ingenuity, producing works whose techniques remain mysterious even to modern scholars. Cathedral builders created soaring stone structures without modern engineering tools. Manuscript illuminators crafted microscopic details without magnification. Alchemists, while pursuing philosophical goals rather than scientific ones, nevertheless developed sophisticated understanding of chemical processes. It remains entirely possible that clever artisans discovered techniques for image transfer that would elude scientific understanding for centuries. The medieval period also saw the development of sophisticated pigments and dyes. Craftsmen extracted colors from minerals, plants, and even insect bodies. They created binding agents from egg tempera, oils, and plant resins. Some pigments were so rare and valuable that they were worth more than gold. Medieval guilds protected their trade secrets zealously, passing techniques from master to apprentice through oral tradition rather than written documentation. Many of these methods have been lost to history, making it impossible to rule out sophisticated imaging techniques unknown to modern science. The Catholic Church has maintained a carefully neutral position on the shroud's authenticity. Pope Francis referred to it as an icon rather than a relic, a subtle but important distinction suggesting it serves as a powerful religious symbol, regardless of its historical origins. In 2010, the shroud underwent an extensive restoration and was displayed publicly for the first time in decades. Millions of pilgrims viewed it, many finding profound spiritual significance in the image regardless of scientific debates about its creation. Modern imaging technologies have revealed features invisible to the naked eye. When photographed using special filters, researchers discovered faint writing on the cloth that appears to be in Aramaic and Greek. Some have claimed to decipher phrases related to Jesus of Nazareth, though these interpretations remain highly contested. Ultraviolet fluorescence photography has revealed stains invisible in normal light, including what appear to be coins placed over the eyes, a Roman burial practice from the 1st century. The shroud continues to resist definitive classification. New scientific techniques may eventually resolve the mystery of its creation, but perhaps the greatest value of the Shroud of Turin lies in the questions it raises rather than any final answers it might provide. It challenges us to consider the boundaries between faith and science, between medieval craftsmanship and modern technology. Whatever its origin, the shroud remains one of history's most enduring enigmas, a ghostly image from the past that continues to haunt our present understanding. The Mysteries of Rosslyn Chapel, a stone puzzle. In the soft, misty hills of Scotland, just a few miles south of Edinburgh, stands a building of such exquisite beauty and enigmatic design that it has captured the imagination of visitors for over 5 centuries. Rosslyn Chapel, or to use its formal name, the Collegiate Church of St. Matthew, rises from the gentle Scottish landscape like a dream turned to stone. It was in the mid-15th century that this extraordinary building began to take shape, when Sir William St. Clair, the third and last St. Clair Prince of Orkney, commissioned its construction. The year was 1446, and Europe was slowly emerging from the darkness of the medieval period into the first glimmers of the Renaissance. Sir William was no ordinary nobleman. He came from one of Scotland's most powerful families, with connections to royalty, extensive land holdings, and, perhaps most intriguingly, rumored ties to secretive organizations that would later fuel centuries of speculation. The St. Clairs had long been associated with the Knights Templar, that mysterious order of warrior monks formed during the Crusades. Some historians believe the St. Clair family offered refuge to Templars fleeing persecution after the order's sudden suppression in 1307. Whether this connection was real or imagined, it would become the first thread in the tapestry of mystery surrounding Rosslyn. The chapel Sir William envisioned was ambitious beyond measure. It was originally meant to be constructed in the shape of a cross, with the existing structure serving merely as the choir of a much larger cathedral. But construction would halt after Sir William's death in 1484, leaving only this portion completed. Yet even this fragment would prove to be one of the most remarkable buildings in all of Scotland. 4 decades of painstaking work had produced a structure of such architectural complexity and symbolic richness that even today visitors stand in awe before its elaborate stone carvings and mysterious designs. As you approach Rosslyn Chapel, the exterior gives only hints of the wonders contained within. The building is relatively modest in size, constructed from the local sandstone that has weathered over the centuries to a warm honey color. Gothic pinnacles reach skyward, and buttresses support walls punctuated by large windows. But it is upon entering that the true character of Rosslyn reveals itself. A riot of stone carvings covers nearly every surface, a symphony frozen in stone that speaks in a language few can fully comprehend. The effect is overwhelming, like walking into a 3-dimensional medieval manuscript, illuminated not with ink, but with living stone. The interior of the chapel is divided by a series of pillars, each unique and elaborate in its carving. Most famous among these is the apprentice pillar, which stands near the southeastern corner of the chapel. According to legend, the master mason in charge of the chapel's construction traveled to Rome to study the original upon which this pillar was to be based. During his absence, his young apprentice had a dream revealing the design and completed the pillar himself. Upon returning and seeing the beautiful work, the master mason flew into a jealous rage and struck the apprentice dead with his mallet. Whether true or merely a symbolic tale of the dangers of pride, The pillar itself is a marvel, a spiraling column of stone representing, some say, the tree of life, with dragons coiled at its base. The pillar exemplifies the extraordinary craftsmanship found throughout the chapel, where over 110 green men, faces with foliage sprouting from their mouths, ancient pagan symbols of rebirth, peer out from corners and crevices. Angels, saints, and biblical scenes share space with images that seem strangely out of place in a Christian church. Elephants, camels, and what appears to be Native American corn, a plant supposedly unknown in Europe until decades after the chapel's completion. This curious blend of the Christian and the pagan, the biblical and the seemingly anachronistic, has fueled speculation for centuries. Why would a 15th century Scottish nobleman incorporate such an unusual assemblage of imagery into his chapel? Was he merely a patron with eclectic tastes, or was there a deeper purpose to the iconography? Some believe Sir William was encoding secret knowledge within the stone, preserving ancient wisdom in a time when unorthodox beliefs could lead to accusations of heresy. The placement of symbols, the mathematical proportions of the building, even the musical notes suggested by carved angels, all have been scrutinized for hidden meanings. The ceiling of Rosslyn Chapel presents another extraordinary feature, a series of stone cubes or boxes protruding from arches, each carved with different patterns. In the 1990s, a father and son team of musicologists proposed that these carvings represented a form of musical notation, a stone soundtrack that when decoded revealed a medieval melody they named the Rosslyn Motet. Whether this interpretation is correct remains debated, but it illustrates how every aspect of the chapel seems designed to invite deeper investigation, as though the building itself were a puzzle waiting to be solved. And what of the Knights Templar connection? The evidence for direct Templar involvement in Rosslyn's construction remains circumstantial. The chapel was built more than a century after the official suppression of the order. However, many point to symbolic connections. The layout of the chapel appears to echo that of Solomon's Temple in Jerusalem, which the Templars had used as their headquarters during the Crusades. The floor plan incorporates geometrical patterns that some believe reflect Templar sacred geometry. A carving that appears to show two riders on a single horse is often interpreted as representing the Templar seal. The St. Clair family certainly had the right background for Templar connections. They had participated in the Crusades, and family tradition held that they had been appointed hereditary protectors of Freemasonry in Scotland, an organization that later claimed lineage from the Templars. Sir William himself was clearly a man of unusual learning and interests for his time. Records indicate he maintained an extensive library and associated with scholars and artists from across Europe. He was also, notably, a high-ranking Scottish Freemason, though Freemasonry in this period was still primarily concerned with actual stone masonry rather than the philosophical society it would later become. Beneath the chapel lies another layer of mystery, a sealed vault that has been the subject of intense speculation. When the chapel was built, Sir William had this crypt constructed to serve as the burial place for the St. Clair family. According to some accounts, 22 barons of Rosslyn were interred there in full armor, a practice that calls to mind the warrior ethos of the Templars. More fanciful theories suggest that the vault might contain everything from the Holy Grail to the mummified head of Jesus, from ancient texts containing forbidden knowledge to the lost treasure of the Templars themselves. The vault has been entered only a few times in recorded history. In 1860, when the chapel was undergoing restoration, the Earl of Rosslyn permitted a brief exploration. The accounts of what was found vary. Some say only dust and remnants of coffins. Others claim mysterious artifacts were quickly resealed. A later investigation in the 1970s was similarly inconclusive. Ground-penetrating radar has detected anomalies beneath the chapel floor, but the St. Clair family, who still own the chapel, have resisted calls for further excavation. The mystery remains intentionally preserved, sealed away from curious eyes. Even the location of Rosslyn seems significant. It stands near several ancient sacred sites, including the remains of a Roman temple. The name itself may offer clues. Rosslyn is often interpreted as deriving from the Gaelic ros, meaning a rocky promontory, and linn, a waterfall or pool referring to the nearby river Esk. But others suggest it comes from rose line, a meridian line of ancient significance, or even rose and line in reference to bloodlines. Specifically, some claim, the bloodline of Jesus Christ and Mary Magdalene, which, according to some controversial theories, was protected by the Templars and preserved through European noble families, including the St. Clairs. As visitors wander through the chapel today, they encounter a building that seems designed to be read rather than merely admired. Strange symbols appear in unexpected places: stars, lilies, compasses, squares. A ceiling boss depicts what appears to be a beehive, a symbol of industry, but also of preserved knowledge. Carvings of plants from the New World seem to hint at pre-Columbian transatlantic voyages. Wounds in the face of Christ are depicted as pentagrams. Angels play medieval instruments, their positions suggesting musical notation. Even the dimensions of the building incorporate the golden ratio, that mathematical proportion found throughout nature and considered sacred by many ancient traditions. The cumulative effect of Rosslyn's symbolism has led many to conclude that Sir William St. Clair was not merely building a family chapel, but creating a compendium of esoteric knowledge in stone, a library of symbols designed to preserve ancient wisdom through the universal language of sacred geometry and allegorical imagery. Some see in Rosslyn the influence of Hermetic philosophy, Kabbalistic teachings, alchemical symbolism, and astronomical knowledge. Others interpret it as a masterpiece of Christian mysticism, with layers of meaning accessible to those with eyes to see beyond the literal interpretation of biblical stories. Codes in stone and wood. Among the rolling hills of Midlothian, Scotland, stands a chapel so richly adorned with mystifying carvings and symbolic architecture that it has perplexed scholars, treasure hunters, and mystics for centuries. Rosslyn Chapel, this extraordinary medieval sanctuary, completed in 1446 by William St. Clair, continues to whisper ancient secrets to those who wander beneath its ornate ceiling. The question that has lingered through time remains: what messages did William St. Clair encode in the intricate stonework and wooden carvings of this sacred space? Some believe the chapel contains clues to treasures beyond imagination, while others see it as a repository of forgotten wisdom. The most striking feature of Rosslyn's interior is the famous apprentice pillar. Legend tells of a master mason who traveled to Rome to study the original design for this pillar. During his absence, an apprentice had a dream revealing the pillar's design and carved it himself. When the master returned and saw the magnificent work, he flew into a jealous rage and struck the apprentice dead with his mallet. This tale of envy and creation masks a deeper mystery, for the pillar itself is no ordinary support column. It is intricately carved with spiraling vines that some scholars believe represent a double helix, a DNA structure, carved centuries before modern science discovered this biological formation. Around the base of the apprentice pillar sit 8 dragons, their tails entwined in the spiraling vines that climb upward. These dragons may represent the guardians of sacred knowledge, or perhaps they symbolize the 8 points on the Templar cross. Nearby stands the master pillar and the journeyman pillar, forming a trinity that some researchers believe represents the 3 pillars of Kabbalah: severity, mercy, and equilibrium. Others suggest they represent the 3 degrees of Freemasonry: entered apprentice, fellow craft, and master mason. Either interpretation points to an encoded system of knowledge deliberately preserved in stone. The ceiling of Rosslyn Chapel presents one of its most compelling mysteries. Adorned with hundreds of small stone cubes protruding from arches and keystones, each carved with different patterns. These blocks remained an enigma until recently. In 2007, father and son, team Thomas and Stuart Mitchell, proposed that these carvings represent musical notes in a medieval system known as the Chladni pattern, essentially a form of musical notation encoded in stone. When played on medieval instruments, these patterns produce a haunting melody that some have called frozen music, a medieval composition preserved in stone for over 5 centuries. Perhaps most intriguing is the abundance of greenland carvings throughout the chapel. Over 100 of these foliate faces peer out from corners, pillars, and walls. The green man, a pre-Christian fertility symbol representing the cycle of rebirth, seems at odds with the Christian chapel. Yet here they are, immortalized in stone alongside biblical scenes. Some theorists suggest William St. Clair was preserving ancient pagan wisdom alongside Christian symbolism, creating a synthesis of traditions that might otherwise have been lost to history. Their omnipresence suggests a deliberate attempt to incorporate earth-centered spirituality into the chapel's Christian framework. The west wall of the chapel features carvings of plants that had not yet been discovered in Europe when the chapel was built, including American maize and aloe vera. How could medieval stonemasons carve plants from the New World decades before Columbus sailed? This botanical anomaly has led some researchers to propose that the Knights Templar, with whom the St. Clair family had strong connections, may have secretly traveled to North America long before official discovery expeditions. If true, Rosslyn Chapel may contain evidence of pre-Columbian contact between Europe and the Americas, encoded in stone carvings that stood in plain sight for centuries. Among the most scrutinized elements of Rosslyn are the rectangular ceiling panels adorned with intricate carvings of stars, flowers, lilies, and roses. In 2010, researcher Alan Butler suggested these panels might represent an ancient meridian line, functioning as a medieval navigation tool. Butler proposed that the ceiling layout corresponds precisely with the ancient Paris meridian, a longitudinal reference point that predated the Greenwich meridian by centuries. If this theory holds merit, the chapel's very architecture serves as a sophisticated astronomical instrument, aligning sacred geography with celestial movements. The exterior of Rosslyn Chapel presents its own set of mysteries. The building itself appears unfinished, with the current chapel representing only the choir section of what was intended to be a much larger cruciform church. Historical records indicate William St. Clair's original plans called for a massive structure, yet only this small section was completed. Was this deliberate? Some researchers believe the chapel was always meant to be exactly as it stands, a perfect architectural embodiment of sacred proportions derived from the Temple of Solomon, using sacred geometry to encode universal mathematical principles. Particularly fascinating are the musical cubes adorning the arches of Rosslyn Chapel. Recent acoustic research has demonstrated that the chapel possesses remarkable sound properties. When the encoded music is played within the space, certain frequencies cause specific carved sections to resonate sympathetically, creating an acoustic phenomenon where stone itself seems to sing. This sophisticated understanding of acoustic science in medieval architecture suggests the St. Clairs possessed advanced knowledge of how sound interacts with physical structures, knowledge that modern science is only beginning to rediscover through the field of cymatics, the study of visible sound vibration. Beyond the chapel's interior, mysteries lie tales of hidden chambers and underground vaults. Ground-penetrating radar surveys have detected anomalies beneath the chapel floor, suggesting the presence of spaces that have remained sealed for centuries. Local legends speak of a subterranean passage connecting the chapel to nearby Rosslyn Castle. What might be hidden in these unexplored spaces? Theories range from Templar treasure to the Holy Grail, from the Ark of the Covenant to ancient scrolls containing forgotten knowledge. Archaeological excavations have been limited due to the chapel's status as an active place of worship. The layout of Rosslyn Chapel has been compared to both Solomon's Temple and Herod's Temple, as described in biblical and historical texts. The proportions, measurements, and symbolic elements show striking parallels to these ancient Jewish sanctuaries. William St. Clair, who spent years planning the chapel, appears to have incorporated knowledge of sacred architecture from multiple traditions. The east-west orientation, the specific dimensions, and the arrangement of key elements suggest a deliberate attempt to recreate sacred space according to principles preserved in esoteric traditions connected to both Templar knowledge and early Masonic symbolism. Perhaps the most compelling architectural mystery involves the hundreds of small carved cubes adorning the Lady Chapel ceiling. When viewed from certain angles and in specific lighting conditions, these carvings appear to form patterns similar to the Fibonacci sequence, a mathematical pattern found throughout nature. This golden ratio, represented by the spiraling nautilus shell shape, appears repeatedly in the chapel's proportions. Medieval builders incorporating such advanced mathematical concepts suggests either remarkable intuitive understanding of natural proportions or access to ancient knowledge typically associated with much later Renaissance thought. The north wall features a carving showing blindfolded figures walking in a line, hands on each other's shoulders, remarkably similar to modern Masonic initiation rituals that wouldn't be codified until centuries later. Nearby carvings depict figures in positions nearly identical to ritual postures described in later Masonic texts. These visual elements have led many scholars to consider Rosslyn Chapel a crucial link between the Knights Templar and early Freemasonry, possibly representing the physical manifestation of knowledge transferred from one organization to the other during the period of Templar persecution. William St. Clair himself came from a family with documented connections to both the Knights Templar and early operative Masonry. Historical records show the St. Clairs were appointed hereditary patrons of Scottish Masonry by King James II in 1441, just as the chapel's construction began. This official connection between the chapel's builder and early Masonic organizations adds credibility to theories that the building was designed as a repository of sacred architectural knowledge, preserving esoteric traditions during a time when such wisdom faced suppression elsewhere in Europe. The famous apprentice pillar bears striking resemblance to descriptions of the pillars Boaz and Jachin from Solomon's Temple, pillars that feature prominently in Masonic symbolism. The spiraling design has been interpreted as a representation of the Kabbalistic tree of life, with the dragons at its base representing earthly foundations, and the upward spiral symbolizing ascension toward divine wisdom. This multi-layered symbolism suggests the pillar functions as a three-dimensional teaching tool, encoding complex spiritual concepts in a form that could be understood by initiates at various levels of understanding. Among the most peculiar carvings are those depicting what modern eyes might recognize as corn or maize, a New World crop supposedly unknown in 15th century Scotland. Similarly, carvings of what appear to be aloe and cactus plants have puzzled historians, as these weren't known in Europe until after Columbus. While skeptics suggest these may simply be stylized representations of familiar European plants, the detail and accuracy of the carvings have convinced many researchers that they indeed represent American flora, potentially providing physical evidence of pre-Columbian transatlantic contact, facilitated by the Knights Templar. The alignment of Rosslyn Chapel with other sacred sites has generated additional theories about its purpose. The chapel sits on a straight line, connecting it to significant Templar sites across Europe, including Montségur in France, the last Cathar stronghold. Some researchers propose these alignments follow ancient energy lines or ley lines believed to connect sacred spaces across the landscape. Whether by coincidence or design, Rosslyn occupies a position within this proposed sacred geography that suggests its builders understood concepts of geomantic alignment practiced by earlier megalithic cultures. Perhaps most tantalizing is the theory that the layout of Rosslyn's stone carvings forms a sophisticated code, possibly revealing the location of hidden Templar treasure or sacred artifacts. In the 1990s, researchers proposed that certain repeating patterns throughout the chapel represent a musical score or mathematical sequence that, when properly decoded, could reveal messages concealed by William St. Clair. Modern digital mapping of the chapel's interior has revealed previously unnoticed patterns in the arrangement of symbols, suggesting a level of organizational complexity that appears deliberate rather than decorative. As evening shadows lengthen across the ancient stones of Rosslyn Chapel, its mysteries continue to deepen rather than resolve. Each carved face, each geometric pattern, each unusual plant form seems to whisper fragments of forgotten knowledge. Whether Rosslyn truly guards Templar treasures, preserves ancient wisdom, or simply represents the extraordinary vision of its medieval creator, its stones continue to fascinate and perplex in equal measure. As the soft light filters through its windows, illuminating centuries-old mysteries encoded in stone and wood, Rosslyn Chapel stands as a medieval enigma still waiting to be fully understood, its secrets drifting through time like echoes of its encoded music. As these medieval enigmas fade into the mists of time, let your mind drift peacefully with these unresolved questions. Perhaps in dreams, you'll find your own answers to history's puzzles. We hope these tales have brought both fascination and tranquil rest to your evening. The mysteries remain, waiting patiently across centuries, whispering their secrets. From History Dreamers, good night until our next journey through time's endless corridors.